Chapter 940. Please come back tomorrow to Horrigan. That was what the person inside said. Empress had just stepped out of the sedan when she heard this sentence. Although she was very shrewd, she couldn't help but be angry. There was no other reason. Although the person who said this was not Sun Lang, such shameless words must have been instigated by him. This bastard really didn't let go of any opportunity to disgust people. However, she didn't come here to quarrel with people this time. She turned her head. In the sedan behind her, Kunan walked out timidly. Her face was filled with uneasiness and expectation. If all of this was acting, it was really like a little bitch. General Tensei slowly exhaled. In front of them was the gate of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It was guarded by soldiers. The gate of the Copper Sparrow Terrace was closed. There was a tattered wooden sign with the words, "Auspicious Room for Rent," nailed on it. She didn't come here to quarrel with someone. Empress was silent for a moment. Then she said loudly, "General Shinsei, please show yourself." Her voice was filled with internal energy and came from afar. After a moment, there was a response from inside. The tone was very strange. It was as if someone was pinching their nose and shouting. The tone was quite subtle. "What did Your Highness Empress say? This is the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It is a place of romance. It is a place where the old officials led by Wen Quanfu worry about the country and the people and serve the country loyally. Why is the general here?" The voice paused for a moment. Then the tone became more subtle. The old man, is upright and magnanimous. He worries about the worries of the world first and enjoys the pleasures of the world later. He worries about the people when he is high in the palace. He worries about the emperor when he is far away from the martial world. He has long been indifferent to women. Ha ha. Ow. Don't hit me. The other listeners were confused. Only Her Highness Empress thought for a moment. She couldn't help but sneer. She said loudly, "Sun Lang, I know you are inside. I also know you don't want to see me." Wow! The person inside shouted exaggeratedly, "Your Highness Empress, why doesn't the Marshal want to see you? I remember that the two of you are a match made in heaven. Is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Shameless old thief. General Tensei glanced around. Although her entourage and guards were looking straight ahead, their heads were slightly tilted, as if they were interested in this gossip. Her heart was burning with anger. She shouted, "Don't pester me. Sun Lang, I'm here today for Miss Ku. She has suffered severe internal injuries, and you are the only one in the world who can save her." The Empress concubine did not wait for the person inside to reply, and continued, "This Miss Ku's master is Lord Wu Ho." Putting aside her master, Miss Ku was one of the 6 fan school's 4 famous arresters, and solved many big cases for the imperial court. She has contributed greatly to the country, and has also helped the people. Now that she has met with such an unforeseen event, us martial artists are duty-bound and naturally have to help. My knowledge is shallow and my ability is limited. I can't save her from danger, so I can only thicken my skin and beg you. Please think of a way. This was indeed an open conspiracy. In front of everyone, in the public, everyone heard it clearly. Kunan's identity as one of the 4 famous arresters was not much, but the important thing was that she was Wu Ho's disciple. In front of everyone, the little lowly's identity had another layer of halo. After all, Wu Ho was the master of the world. Although he had retired, but his virtuous name had spread all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the officials in the imperial court or the commoners, they all had full respect for the emperor's teacher. As the saying goes, love the house, love the crow. Naturally, they had a good impression of Kunan as Wu Ho's disciple. The crux of the problem was here. Empress blocked the door and shouted, causing the little lowly to shed a few more tears. If Sun Lang closed the door and did not treat her, even if it was just pretending to be dead, it would be hyped up by people with ulterior motives. It would evolve into the general not saving Wu Ho's disciple, and then the rumors would be simplified to the general looking down on Wu Ho. If it was confirmed, Sun Lang's body would have a wave of hatred. Not to mention the public's opinions, even the neutral faction in the imperial court who had received Wu Ho's grace would feel uncomfortable. Moral kidnapping. Vicious, too vicious. Behind a rockery in the Copper Sparrow Terrace's vast garden, Sun Lang and Su Dingfang squatted together. Sun Lang rubbed his chin and muttered, "Treacherous, truly treacherous. This little girl really played such a trick. Too vicious." Su Dingfang was forced to act as Sun Lang's mouthpiece. Just now, he went against his conscience and said a few words. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He rolled his eyes at Sun Lang. Sun Lang extended his hand and patted the back of his head. "What's with your eyes? Who looks at the marshal like that? This little girl is so vicious. Sigh, is she forcing me to use this trick? Come, pass the mouthpiece, prepare to speak." The Empress concubine waited for a moment, but there was still no reply. She sneered and wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack. Suddenly, an unwilling reply came from inside. "Your Highness, please forgive me. The general has his own difficulties." The woman was startled. "What difficulties?" After listening to Sun Lang's whisper, Su Dingfang hesitated for a moment. There was a struggle in his eyes. As a man with moral integrity, he felt physiological disgust towards Sun Lang's shameless speech. Sun Lang could say those shameless words without caring, but he couldn't pass them on as if nothing had happened. In the face of such a thorn, Sun Lang took out a can of herring from his pocket. "This is a foreign seafood. If you don't want to talk about it, eat this can. After eating it, I won't make things difficult for you." Su Dingfang looked at the small yellow can and then looked at Sun Lang. He sighed, and his face showed a tragic expression. Then, he pinched his nose and shouted, all of this, Your Highness, the general is unwilling because of you." This kid's sixth sense was quite strong. Sun Lang put the can of herring beside Su Dingfang as a deterrent. The Empress outside was startled when she heard this. She felt bad. But it was too late. Su Dingfang swallowed his tears and shouted against his conscience, "Your Highness, do you know? Miss Ku's injury is an internal injury. She has to stimulate many of her vital acupoints at the same time. Moreover, she has to use all of her strength without any outside disturbance. This means that the General and Miss Ku have to take off their clothes and be in the same room. Moreover, there has to be very intimate contact." Oh! The onlookers in the distance let out low cries, full of meaning. Martial arts was the foundation of the country. It was the policy of the country and the customs of the people. It affected all aspects of the country, including the customs of the people and the culture of the marketplace. For example, the story of a scholar and a beauty in a restaurant was naturally not popular. What was popular were heroes and beauties, or those who worked hard to break off their marriage. It was a third-rate martial artist from the countryside of the empire who drifted to a foreign land and relied on his martial arts to woo a princess, a queen, a merchant lady, a cool and elegant great mage. This was what the people liked to hear and see. The people who respected martial arts liked to hear stories related to martial art. And what the ordinary people liked to hear and see were things that were a little bit of the three vulgarities. Then, when the martial arts culture and the three vulgarities were combined, what would be produced? It was a silly boy and a chivalrous girl who had mistakenly taken an aphrodisiac. It was a hot-headed main character and a chivalrous girl who were naked using their martial arts to heal their injuries. Therefore, everyone's excitement was not without reason. It appeared. The plot of taking off one's clothes to heal their injuries appeared. Her Highness Empress was startled when she heard this. "What does that have to do with me? Is this not good?" But she quickly thought of Sun Lang's motive. Not good. Just as expected. Inside, Su Dingfang seemed to have given up on treatment and began to let go of himself. He shouted loudly with great emotion, Your Highness, you should know what this means to a pure and clean girl. The general values friendship and righteousness. He is a straightforward and upright person. If such a thing happened between him and a woman, he would definitely take responsibility and marry this girl as his wife. Originally, this Miss Ku is a fairy-like person. Her character, talent, and appearance are all top-notch. If he could marry her, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but… Su Dingfang shouted at the top of his voice. But the general only has you in his heart. With a loud bang, the crowd burst into an uproar. Sure enough, since ancient times, when it came to gossip about men and women, the onlookers would open their eyes wide, not to mention the love story between Empress Tensei and General Shinsei. The onlookers who came to watch the show were all jubilant and had an expression of, "I didn't expect there to be such an unexpected harvest today." Her Highness Empress was shocked and angry. Shameless, shameless, shameless! How could this bastard be so shameless? And in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, facing Su Dingfang's contemptuous and pitiful eyes, Sun Lang touched his chin and said in pain, "There is no other way. There are scoundrels in the court, and there are always bad people who want to harm me. In order to protect myself and for the future of the Empire, I must use the same dark method to fight back. Good people have to protect themselves." Su Dingfang faintly said, "I think shamelessness is your strongest shield." Sun Lang kicked him. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack?" Su Dingfang sighed. "Damn, why is it my turn to be on duty today?" He turned around to take a look and saw the people on the balcony of the 7th floor of the Luanfeng Hemming building. A group of sluts were eating fruits and seeds with relish. When they saw him turn around, they gave him a thumbs up. No wonder this group of people disappeared just now, and only I foolishly bumped into them. I am still too young. Su Dingfang's heart was filled with regret, but there was nothing he could do. He could only continue to shout, "Your Highness, do you understand the General's intentions? Because he has you in his heart. He is not willing to have any entanglements with Miss Ku. Even if Miss Ku does not care, the General will not be able to pass the trial in his heart. For you, he would rather reject Miss Ku and take the risk of offending the Martial Marquis. He would endure the torture and condemnation in his heart, and would not allow the feelings in his heart to change in the slightest. Your Highness, do you really not understand this kind of feeling? I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore." When Su Dingfang said this, he already felt dizzy. This was a physiological desire to vomit. Sun Lang sinisterly said, "Continue, continue." Su Dingfang's eyes were filled with accusation. Finally, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and shouted, "Your Highness, it is hard to satisfy both sides. Whether or not we can cure Miss Ku does not depend on the General, but on you." Empress was stunned. "Me?" Su Dingfang used all the strength in his body and shouted, "The General is devoted to you, and will not marry anyone other than you. If we cure Miss Ku, we will have to take responsibility for Miss Ku. So, this matter does not depend on whether the General is willing to cure, but on whether or not your Highness is willing to share." Chapter 941. It exploded in an instant. These words were really too explosive. The people watching the show on the Luanfeng and Ming Tower were dumbfounded. The fruits and seeds in their hands fell to the ground. And Su Dingfang, the loyal Su Dingfang, his face became very pale. His spirit was somewhat dispirited, as if he had fought with a strong enemy for 3 days and 3 nights. He had fulfilled his duty. But he had also paid a great price and lost a lot of things. After saying those words, his back was no longer straight. Instead, it was slightly bent. His whole body leaned against the rockery as if he had just finished stroking. He looked at the clear sky of the imperial capital with a dazed expression. His eyes were drifting, and his voice seemed to come from the 9th heaven. It was very ethereal. He slowly said, "Marshal." Sun Lang was in a very good mood. What's wrong? You and Empress are enemies, right? Yes. Are you a mortal enemy? Yes. You and she are both important ministers of the imperial court and generals of the army, right? Yes. You two military giants are tit for tat. It's almost equivalent to two aristocratic families going to war, right? Yes. Su Dingfang lowered his head and glanced at him. His tone was very complicated. In the imperial court, the struggle between the factions of important officials is done step by step. It is done after careful consideration and calculation. It is either a white-hot fight or an undercurrent of fighting. There are precedents in the history books, and even in the current imperial court. Sun Lang's answer this time was somewhat hesitant. Is that right? Su Dingfang's eyes stared straight at him. Then, General, why did the struggle between you and Empress become like this? You are an important minister of the imperial court, right? You are a military giant, right? Originally, it should be a laughing and humorous conversation in the imperial court, but why did it become like this? Sun Lang was silent for a moment and sighed. Because I am a good person. Yes, because I'm a good person, Sun Lang said solemnly. How cruel is the struggle between factions? Empress and I are the chessmen, and you are all chess pieces. Chess pieces have to fight on the battlefield. Chess pieces have to eat chess pieces, and there are risks of being eaten. I'm very touched that you are here to support me. This is my business. How can I bear to put you in danger? Therefore, under such circumstances, I still hope that a handsome man like me can carry more things, even if it's gradually becoming difficult for me to bear. He patted Su Dingfang's shoulder and said with a sigh, just like this time, I used such a reason to trap myself in injustice and smear my own reputation. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If I endure more humiliation today, you might be able to shed less blood tomorrow. That's right, I'll bear all the sins alone. Su Dingfang couldn't bear it anymore and said with grief and indignation, I also bear a lot. Not to mention other things, just the words that he conveyed today would simply become a psychological shadow for the rest of his life. After all, Su Dingfang was still a simple and pure man who cared about his face. Speaking lies against his conscience, especially to this degree of lies, he really couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Sun Lang shouted exaggeratedly, You're just AF * king mouthpiece. What do you have to bear? I'm the one who bears the heavy responsibility, okay? I'm a pure and innocent man, but for you guys, I had to endure the humiliation of going back to the same old grass. I shamelessly stirred up a scandal with my ex-girlfriend without any bottom line, and even hooked up with a legal lowly. This is gambling with my reputation. Do you know how hard I'm working? Bah. Su Dingfang couldn't bear it anymore. I quit. Sun Lang didn't say anything. He pinched his fingers and opened a small hole in the can of herring. An extremely stinky breath of hell rushed out. Stop work after eating. The next moment, Su Dingfang's voice sounded out again. He shouted very resolutely, Your Highness, this is the reason why the Commander-in-Chief refused. To save Miss Ku or not, it's up to you. Are you willing to share your feelings with Miss Ku? Is Miss Ku willing to share the Commander-in-Chief's feelings with you? For this matter, I ask the two of you to explain. If it wasn't for Empress Concubine's shrewdness and mental fortitude being extremely strong, she would probably be stomping her feet and cursing right now. But even so, she was still furious in her heart. There was also extreme irritation that lingered in her heart, making her feel incomparably sullen and furious. Why would Sun Lang, this bastard, always come up with an unexpected method to neutralize every single one of his schemes? Why does he always have a way? Why am I always unable to predict it? This kind of opponent who doesn't play according to common sense. Her idea was nothing more than to use public opinion to force Sun Lang to state his position. If he refused to treat her, it meant that he looked down on Wu Ho. If he was forced to agree to treat her, she could take the opportunity to observe Sun Lang's background, and even arranged the next step of the plan. She didn't expect Sun Lang to kick the ball back to her. And it was even done with a diao. She welcomed all kinds of gazes. Her heart was extremely shocked and angry. She shouted loudly, "Nonsense! I have no relationship with Sun Lang. I don't even know." Before she finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from inside. "Your Highness Empress, do you want to take the initiative to withdraw and help Miss Ku? If that's the case, the Commander-in-Chief won't be happy. The more unhappy he is, the better." Her Highness Empress was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Under Sun Lang's pressure, Su Dingfang continued to pursue the victory. "Love is selfish. Your Highness, you can't do this. I know that you are willing to sacrifice yourself for others. To treat Miss Ku's injuries, you are willing to give up the Commander-in-Chief. But please consider the Commander-in-Chief's feelings. If you do this, he will not be happy. If he loses you, what reason does he have to treat Miss Ku?" The other side said firmly, "That is to say, if your Highness wants Miss Ku to recover, you must not deliberately draw a line with the Commander-in-Chief. You must not ignore him. A forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Modestly giving in will not have any result. After all, compared to Miss Ku, your Highness is 1,000 times more important. If you treat the Commander-in-Chief coldly because of this, the Commander-in-Chief will definitely not treat Miss Ku. Me. Fuck. Him. Milk. Milk." Empress almost had the urge to take the Heavenly Origin blade and kill her way into the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Fuck 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 fuck. She cursed loudly in her heart. The meaning of this sentence is, if I want to treat Kunan, that little wench, not only can I not throw away Master Sun Lang's cold face, I have to treat him nicely. Not only that, I have to. Su Dingfang helped her complete the conditions. The Commander-in-Chief knows that you will come, but he is in a dilemma. He does not know how to face you. He does not know how to face Miss Ku's tears. So he entrusted these words to me. Through my mouth, he will convey his feelings to you. That is to say, if you are really here for Miss Ku, and really want to save this disciple of Wu Ho, then I ask you to have the corresponding awareness. The Commander-in-Chief will not give up on his feelings for you. This is the foundation of everything. If you want to treat Miss Ku, then the Commander-in-Chief will have to marry this young lady. If you are willing to agree to this matter, then please help Miss Ku with her thoughts, and explain this matter to Wu Ho. Also, on the Commander-in-Chief's side, I ask you to go and persuade him. He is a good man who is devoted to you, but is forced to marry someone else. To him, it is hard to accept. Empress was on the verge of exploding. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. She kept on cursing in her heart. What the fuck is this supposed to mean? What the fuck is this supposed to mean? That is to say, if I want to treat Kunan's injuries, I have to be prepared to share a husband with someone else. Not only that, I have to work with the girl's thoughts, I have to explain to her family and master, and I have to go back and persuade my husband to think things through and agree to marry another wife? So, to say, who, want, marry, give, he, has, he was about to go crazy. This shameless speech not only caused the Empress concubine to fly into a rage, it also caused Su Dingfang to burn out. The loyal General Su used the last of his willpower to yell out, "That's all I have to say. Your Highness the Empress concubine, this is a dilemma. How to decide will be up to you and Miss Ku. The General is not here to avoid you and give you time to think, so as to avoid awkwardness between the two sides. You and Miss Ku should go back and think clearly." Saying this, Su Dingfang looked at Sun Lang weakly, his eyes revealing a questioning look. "Does that mean I'm going to let the other party go like this?" Sun Lang nodded. Of course, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. When fishing, one had to often loosen the line to prevent the fish from struggling too much, not to mention that the other party was Empress. Not to mention other things, if that woman was angered, and if a cornered dog jumped over the wall, her head would be hot, and she would say something shocking, such as agreeing. Then this matter would be serious. When the Empress concubine heard this, she took a deep breath. She knew that this was Sun Lang giving her a way out. But she had no choice but to go down the stairs. It wasn't that there weren't any countermeasures, such as going all out with the plan, but she turned back to look at Kunan. Kunan's expression was very helpless and panicked. Her performance was very good. This little bitch's position was unclear. If she suddenly schemed against her and said something she shouldn't say, then this matter would be irreversible. Her Highness Empress clenched her teeth. After a moment of silence, she shouted, "Go back!" And the onlookers were all satisfied, especially the onlookers. It could be imagined that today's matter would be spread out, and there would be countless topics of discussion. A storm dissipated into nothingness. Other than Empress, everyone was very happy to hear it. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Sun Lang said proudly, I already said that she learned this moral kidnapping from me. She actually dares to fight with me, what a big joke." Su Dingfang looked at him gloomily. In view of the psychological trauma he had suffered before, he decided to remain silent. "Keep acting, keep acting, keep acting. If you keep acting like this, let's see what will happen when Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai enter the capital." Chapter 942. Time flew by and 2 days passed in a hurry. After the exchange of blows in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Sun Lang and the Emperor were once again locked in a strategic stalemate. The situation in the Imperial Court was tangled and complicated, and the situation in the Imperial capital was treacherous. People from all sides had different motives, and their demands were all different, but they were mostly for the sake of benefits. In these 2 days, invitations had been sent in like snowflakes, and there was an endless stream of visitors. There were even challengers who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sometimes, it was even livelier than when the Copper Sparrow Pavilion was open for business. And the most active were the speculators with ulterior motives. For example, the envoys of the various countries visited in person, full of sincerity and deep affection. They brought large quantities of their country's products, such as Xuanshui's magic potions, Li Hua's guns, Rue Jin's ingenious weapons, and Greenwood's draconian maids brimming with vitality. To these foreigners, the powerful Empress Hutu was their greatest imaginary enemy. If such a colossus were to fall into internal strife, it would undoubtedly be in the interest of their country. They had noticed the signs of unrest from Sun Lang, and if Sun Lang wanted to have some sort of conflict with the Emperor, they would definitely support him. In addition, the people of their country were also unwilling to be left out. Merchants who were good at speculation came to offer land deeds, declining aristocratic families came to gamble and make a comeback, officials who were ostracized by their colleagues and bullied by their superiors came to seek refuge, and young people who dreamed of ascending to the heavens in a single step came to take him as their master. Batch after batch of reckless and ambitious people saw an opportunity in Sun Lang. There was no shortage of red-eyed gamblers in the world. The most ridiculous thing was a group of people who claimed to be surnamed Sunday. They cried and yelled as they ran over to acknowledge their relatives, saying that they were Sun Lang's long-lost relatives or something. They even brought along their family tree and ran over to pretend to be elders. But without exception, they were all rejected. Was it because the Shensei general was so arrogant that he disdained to interact with these common people? No, 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 of course not. The general was amiable and approachable, loyal and honest. He was one of the most down-to-earth people in the world, so how could he be so pretentious? The answer was very simple. This was the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Yes, a brothel. You came here to visit General Shensei and come here every day. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? General Shensei was a great hero who served the country and the people. Naturally, he would not lust after women and serve the country wholeheartedly. Otherwise, he would not have said the famous phrase, "The sky demon has not been destroyed, how can I be a home?" Did you come here to look for General Shinsei because you thought he was a prostitute like Lord Wen Quan and Lord Fu Wen who were passionate about Star Wars? The general on duty who was in charge of guarding the Bronze Sparrow Terrace replied. The visiting guests were all speechless. More and more people came to visit but were turned away, and the reputation of Lord Wen Quan Fu rose accordingly. The intelligence about this civil official's sexual habits, anecdotes, and even his endurance flew to the streets and alleys of the capital as if it had grown wings. Not only did it make the person involved fly into a rage, but it also made the officials who had been blackmailed keep quiet out of fear, feeling extremely frustrated. That's right, prostitution is not against the law, but as the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, and gossip is a fearful thing. You've been slandered by 70% true and 30% false. Do you still want your reputation? In short, people with ulterior motives were all turned away. Only then did they realize that they could not find Sun Lang. This was the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, a brothel. If you came to a brothel every day to look for someone, it would make it seem as if General Shinsei lived in a brothel. It was too undignified. Therefore, they asked, where is General Shen's residence? The general guarding the gate had obviously been educated by General Shinsei, and his answer was very appropriate. Although the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works had not allocated a residence for General Shinsei did not care. He came from the crowd, so he wanted to go to the crowd. At this time, he was in the marketplace with the common people, and his whereabouts were uncertain. Only the common people knew where General Shinsei was. Hearing this, some rich people were invigorated. You don't have a house yet, right? I can give it to you. There are all kinds of furniture and servants, and it is very convenient to move in with a bag. My daughter is also staying inside. But they still refused righteously. General Shinsei said that he would not take a needle or a piece of thread from the common people, and he would not take the daughter of a fellow villager. In short, his answer was very appropriate, and could be said to be watertight. General Shen's half-hidden face made these people even more eager. After all, General Shinsei was such a famous and prestigious Tianyuan general. In just a few days after returning to the capital, he had done a few earth-shattering things. He had the momentum to laugh at the imperial power. If they did not hug such a golden thigh now, when would they? They knew that Sun Lang was hiding in the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, but they could not force their way in. After all, General Shinsei had already designated this place as a military-restricted area. Outside the originally elegant, quiet, low-key, and grand Bronze Sparrow Terrace, there was a sign every 20 steps. Under the lifelike skull, there was a drawing of 2 bloody bones, and engraved with bold strokes, "Take 1 step forward, and you will be in prison forever." In the past 2 days, there were quite a few masters of lightness skills and heroes who did not believe in heresy who entered the Bronze Sparrow Terrace at night to spy. Those who were not good at kung fu were directly discovered by the war dogs and then caught by the soldiers and hung up to be beaten. Those who were good at kung fu suffered the same fate. After a few steps, they were knocked out by a mysterious force, and they had no idea how they fell. These chivalrous men who broke into the house at night were hung in the latrine for an entire night. After dawn, they received ideological education from the military and were taught about the laws of Hutu. Then, they were threatened. If you were in a barbaric place like Xianshui, you thieves who broke into private houses would have been shot to pieces by Remington shotguns. The spirit of the speech was, "You scumbags, feel lucky that General Shinsei is a supporter of a society ruled by law." Then, these warriors who were dizzy from the smoke were handed over to the capital government. Their crimes were breaking into private houses, spying on women, spying on military camps, conspiring against the law, spying on state secrets, and so on. Bao Shiren had 10,000 curses in his heart. In short, General Shinsei did not come out, and the visitors could not do anything. Forcing their way in was even more impossible. It was really helpless. In addition to coming to his door every day to coax and pester him, they ran to the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works to pressure him. It seemed that everyone had become enthusiastic about the treatment of soldiers, causing the pressure on the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works to increase. Every day there were people who accused them of being overstaffed, of not taking General Shinsei seriously. Sun Lang's side was very lively, and the Emperor's side was about the same. Perhaps it was because of the hints from the higher-ups, or perhaps it was because of the awareness of the lackeys, but there were more and more different voices in the past 2 days. The spearhead faintly pointed at General Shinsei. Some carefully crafted rumors gradually rose in the marketplace. It was said that many important people had privately expressed their dissatisfaction with Sun Lang. Of course, these were only rumors. The impeachment memorials were not sent out, and there was no virtuous and respected personage who jumped out to publicly accuse or question Sun Lang. Just as Sun Lang had not met with anyone, the Emperor had also never expressed his attitude. Because all of this was just an appearance. The people who sided with Sun Lang wanted to use this opportunity to seize more benefit. The people who opposed Sun Lang were afraid that Sun Lang's return would harm their interests. That was all. Those who had vested interests wanted to protect their own interests, and those who were greedy wanted more benefits. It was clear that the struggle between the Emperor and the commander of war would set off great waves. Chaos meant that the cards would be reshuffled. It meant that the former had to tighten the defense line, while the latter could take advantage of the chaos to seek more. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone came for profit. The movements of the various parties in the court usually revolved around these 2 words. Most people had to think about their own land, and loyalty that did not ask for anything in return was far too rare. Thus, the Emperor and Sun Lang both maintained their calm and did not act on their own initiative. They were still in a stalemate. However, no matter how the people with different thoughts acted, the 2 highest players in this game of chess still maintained their calm. They both knew what they wanted. No matter what their interests were, what the struggle between the parties was, what the temple was, Sun Lang and the Emperor's goals were both very clear. Sun Lang wanted revenge, and the Emperor wanted to live forever. For revenge, Sun Lang had to stop the Emperor from living forever. If the Emperor wanted to live forever, he had to stop Sun Lang's revenge. And the best way to stop the enemy's actions was to completely destroy the enemy. Thus, Sun Lang wanted to get rid of the Emperor, and the Emperor also wanted to get rid of Sun Lang. At the same time, they were keenly aware that their enemy was very powerful. They could not act blindly without thinking. They had to kill in one strike. Otherwise, if they acted hastily and did not obtain the desired result, they would inevitably alarm their opponent and invite a storm-like counterattack. Thus, they would be at a disadvantage. Thus, they were all waiting. Sun Lang was waiting. The Emperor was waiting. They were waiting for the other side to reveal a true flaw. They were waiting for a chance to strike and seize victory in one strike. For Sun Lang, this sort of chance was very simple. How to pull down an emperor who had been in power for more than 20 years, who had won the Great War of Tianyuan during his reign, and who was destined to be immortalized through the ages. Moreover, through a proper struggle in the court? There was only one method. If the emperor lost his virtue, the officials could appoint a new emperor. As long as the emperor lost his virtue, it would be fine. If the emperor lost his virtue, there would be an excuse to depose the emperor. But the power in the court was intricate. The country had just finished the Great War of Tianyuan. Weapons were stored away, and horses were let loose. But the protracted war had created a large class of military officers and a large number of interest groups. The court was full of heroes, and there were countless famous officials. They were all heroes of their generation, and each had their own interests. To depose the emperor was a huge matter. One had to either subdue the court or reach a consensus with the majority. The former was very difficult. Sun Lang might be able to kill them all, but he would not be able to convince all of them. In comparison, the latter was actually very simple. Because the emperor wanted to live forever, the emperor's plan to possess the body of the imperial army was enough to threaten the personal safety of every official. This would touch everyone's bottom line. And the emperor who did such a thing was undoubtedly a tyrannical and fatuous ruler. The officials would rise together to attack and depose the emperor without any psychological pressure. As long as the truth was revealed to everyone, Sun Lang would be assured of victory. But this sort of thing required evidence. Otherwise, it would be easy for the emperor to bite back. After all, the emperor had this sort of weakness, and so did Sun Lang. While the great desolate mountain battle had been a sinister attempt by the emperor to hide the bow after all the birds were gone, Sun Lang had also done something in that bloody battle that had shaken the foundation of the Empress Tuesday. If this matter were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. He had left an almost indelible scar on the soul of the Origin Demon Sword, causing the Empire to lose the ability to create an imperial army. To the Empire, this was a destructive tsunami. The country only cared about interests, not right or wrong. If this matter were to be revealed, Sun Lang would be in an extremely unfavorable situation, because this matter was far too serious. In his room on the 7th floor of Luan Feng Ming Pavilion, Sun Lang had a profound gaze as he looked down at the capital. He was currently looking at the imperial palace. In the current situation, he and the emperor had a rather tacit understanding. The emperor would not yell that Sun Lang had damaged the Origin Demon Sword and thus shaken the foundation of the empire, and Sun Lang would not publicly announce that the emperor wanted to control the imperial army and turn the officials into meat toys. But this tacit understanding was extremely fragile, because while they were locked in a stalemate, the two of them were constantly searching for the other's weakness. They both knew that the other had done some earth-shattering thing, and they knew that the slightest mistake would completely destroy the other. It was precisely because this was such a powerful weapon that it had to be used in a decisive battle. Because saying it out loud would mean the final battle. How troublesome, Sun Lang said to himself. This was the price of obeying the rules. Everything had to be done according to the rules. Now that he had entered the game, the stage of the game had shifted to the open. Politics was an arena of rules, and since he had entered the game, he had to abide by the rules. Abiding by the rules meant that Sun Lang could not charge into the imperial palace and blow up the emperor's dog head. But this was not entirely a bad thing. Playing the game within the bounds of the rules of the game meant that the rules of the game could also protect you. Sun Lang did not need the protection of the rules, but the people he cared about needed it. Directly blowing up the emperor's dog head was indeed refreshing, but because of this, he would become the enemy of the world. In the past, he might not have cared, but now he had people he cared about. Even if it was for them, he could not easily do such a thing. There were gains and losses in everything. Since he had obtained peace of mind, he had to bear the corresponding burden. There was nothing to say about this. He hoped that Yin Luo and the others could live in a friendly world. In addition to this, there were many other benefits. For example, if you followed the rules of the game, it meant that you could form a team. The opponent was the emperor, so there were many people who were potential allies. You could use their strength to accomplish many things. You did not have to fight a boss alone or explode an artifact. Of course, the most important benefit was the initiative and deterrence. Sun Lang could directly blow up the emperor's dog head, but he did not use this method. Instead, he chose to follow the rules of the game and participate in the political game of the imperial capital. This was a detour, but it could also remind the emperor of one thing. If one day he provoked him, he could jump up and blow up his dog head at any time. What an interesting game! He turned his head and looked in the direction of the capital government. The day before yesterday, Empress came and was rebuffed. She could only leave with her tail between her legs. These 2 days she was very peaceful. He did not know what kind of bad things she was secretly planning. Kunan, on the other hand, was living in the capital government. She also closed her door and did not see any guests. No matter if it was her former best friend, her colleagues in the Six-Fan School, or Wu Ho's disciples, she did not see any of them. By the way, the rumors about Sun Lang, Empress, and Kunan spread like wildfire. The story between the three of them became the biggest topic in the taverns and tea-houses. The Shensei general had underestimated the poor spiritual life of the people in the feudal society and their desire for gossip. When he heard Yen Song's pitiful report, he was slightly panicked. But he could not show his cowardice in front of his former subordinates. He could only stubbornly say things like, "Steady, steady, don't panic, they will understand me." Yen Song and the others did not say anything, but they secretly gathered together and laughed wildly. As a result, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone was waiting for the general to get a new wound on his face. Other than that, according to what Sun Lang knew, as early as 3 days ago, an imperial edict had quietly left the capital. It was going to Nanping in Tangzhou. The eunuch who delivered the edict was going to find a man called Song Huifu. He was once a 4th-level prosecutor. Later, he resigned and returned home. Before he entered the procuratorate, he was a member of the Public Security Department. He was once one of the 4 famous arresters, the same sect as Kunan and the others. Kunan, Di Huaying, Song Huifu, and Bao Shiren. The 4 famous arresters of the past were about to reunite. They would become the emperor's new pawns. Of course, they would also be Sun Lang's. The emperor wanted to gather the 4 famous arresters, and Sun Lang was waiting for them. He turned his gaze back to the magnificent imperial city. That was the emperor's residence. It held the greatest secret that the emperor did not want outsiders to know. Every time he looked there, his soul would throb. There was something he was familiar with there. It was a monster that had accompanied him for 6 years. He used to think of him as a strict master, but also a friend that he could confide in. He used to think of him as his accompanying grandfather, but he did not expect him to be a bottomless nightmare. The debt was written off, but the hatred was not. 2 years ago, he let you go, but this time, you can't escape. Pangji knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered. Song Huifu has already entered the capital. According to reliable sources, he will enter the imperial court tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, the emperor will send the 4 famous arresters to investigate Qi Lianyan's death and the inside story of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. These people are not easy to deal with. Sun Lang said indifferently, Bao Heizi is the most stubborn. He believes that the inside story of the Sky Demon at the Copper Sparrow Terrace is fake, and will definitely investigate to the end. As for Song Huifu, I heard that he is even worse than Bao Heizi. Di Huaying is a smart person who knows when to advance and retreat, but in this kind of situation, he will not be able to stay out of it. Kunan, because of my rejection, will definitely be filled with hatred. Her attitude will greatly affect the thoughts of the other 3. Most importantly, they are the disciples of Wu Ho. Pangji said worriedly. So their actions will be interpreted by many as the attitude of Wu Ho. This is politics. Sun Lang smiled. Isn't this better? Pangji was startled at first, then shook his head. It sounds like all of this is part of your plan? In other words, poor Bao Heizi will inexplicably become your pawn again? Sun Lang smiled. I have my own plans. Pangji tactfully did not ask any more questions. Being observant and having a good grasp of the situation were essential qualities of a wise person. Those who did not have these 2 qualities usually did not have a good ending, such as Yang Xiu, Yang Dezu, and Registrar Yang. He continued, other than that, you should worry about tomorrow's imperial court. Last time, you thought of a way to mess up the morning court. This time, we will have a proper imperial court. Sun Lang was very relaxed. What should I worry about? Pangji said helplessly. About your authority. Although you have the title of General of the Shunsei, and perhaps you can establish a government, the imperial court does not know what to do. This is the emperor's plan. He wants you to snatch food from the mouths of other important officials. Tomorrow there will definitely be a battle. Sun Lang yawned. About this, I don't think I need to worry. My imperial court's monarch is a man of great talent and bold vision. My imperial court's officials value talent. They clearly understand my ability and talent, so they will definitely consciously arrange a job and work for me that is commensurate with my ability. Pangji curled his lips in disdain. Do you want to go to some government office to retire? Of course not. Sun Lang blinked. Let me give you a hint. What major events have happened in the country recently? Pangji thought for a moment, then blurted out, military examination? Sun Lang nodded happily. Pangji widened his eyes. You want to compete for the position of chief examiner of the military examination? Sun Lang said proudly. It's not that I want to, they invited me. Pangji was shocked and widened his eyes. Are you kidding? If you become the chief examiner of the military examination, it means that this year's Wu Jinsher will naturally become your student. You are already very arrogant in the imperial court. His Majesty would only increase your strength if he had nothing better to do. You, Sun Lang smiled mysteriously. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Pangji did not even think and blurted out, bet on what? Chapter 943. The sky was still dark, and the moon hung high in the sky. The night in the capital was quiet. Most people were still in their sweet dreams, but the most powerful people in the country had already been woken up by their families. They ate a simple special breakfast, drank a little water, and sat on the toilet to completely empty themselves. Then, under the service of their families and servants, they boarded carriages or palanquins and rushed to the imperial palace in the center of the capital. They prepared to attend the morning court meeting that was held once every 3 days. The court system was to hold a court meeting every 3 days regardless of rain or shine. It had already become an unshakable and necessary procedure in official life. Other than those hot-blooded hotheads who had just obtained the right to attend court and were ambitious and ready to do great things, the wily old foxes who had been officials for many years had long become impatient with attending court. But the situation now was different. The originally calm political environment of the imperial capital had already started to ripple slightly. Because of one person. The morning court meeting 3 days ago was the first time that person had appeared in court. In the end, he had caused big news in the imperial ancestral temple. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was firmly in control of the situation. He had even caused His Majesty to suffer an unspeakable loss. Now, all the officials knew in their hearts that the commander of war back then had not come with good intentions. Today was the second court meeting since his return. What kind of trouble would occur this time? Many people's hearts were in a mess, but even more people were a little excited. After all, it was human nature to be an onlooker. Even high-ranking officials and dignitaries were no exception. The only difference between them and the commoners was their structure and status. For example, as long as the commoners saw the quarrel between the shrews of their neighbors, they would find it interesting. However, the men would definitely not like to see this. What was there to see about two boorish shrews quarreling? It was unsightly to the eyes and was extremely vulgar. Extremely vulgar, extremely vulgar. But this did not mean that the men did not like to watch the quarrel. They did not like to watch the shrews quarrel because the level and style of the two parties involved were too low. There was no entertainment value. However, the quarrel between the Shunsei general and His Majesty the Emperor was very **king interesting. If he didn't, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Today was the second court meeting since the general had returned to the capital. This time, there would not be any more accidents in the imperial ancestral temple. the general should formally step into the court. This meant that he would stand above the Golden Hall and below the royal steps. He would face the emperor with his status as a subject and formally begin a confrontation in the court. Such a lively scene was something that was hard to come by in 10 years. It was a must-see. With such a joyous mood, they couldn't help but urge the coachman and servants to go faster, faster, faster. Why did he have to hurry? Because in addition to the drama in the court, there was also the foreplay. In the past 2 days, the love affair between General Shunsei and Empress Tensei had caused a great uproar. Everyone knew that after Commander of War returned to the capital, he had launched a storm-like love attack on His Highness Empress. He had even boldly confessed his love in front of His Majesty. Although His Highness Empress had been avoiding the other party, he could not avoid the court meeting. As important officials of the court, the two of them had to attend the court meeting on time. This meant that the two of them would inevitably bump into each other at the palace gate. Again, it would be a waste not to take a look. But they were wrong. Although His Highness Empress and General Shunsei would bump into each other, it would not be in front of the palace gates. Under the moonlight, a figure dashed through the wide and flat streets of the imperial capital. This figure ran in a hurry and let out a muffled groan, as if this was not enough to show his anxiety. He wore brand-new clothes embroidered with flying needles and embroidered with mythical beasts. Golden threads flowed with battle patterns. The tailoring was close to the body. It was both beautiful and practical, and set off a heroic temperament. This was his new uniform, just issued yesterday. He had half a fried dough stick in his mouth. It looked like he was going to be late, so much so that he did not have a proper breakfast. It was like he was a transfer student on the first day of school. Oh, in fact, this was how he acted. In short, he was running in a hurry. According to the usual plot, with the fried dough stick in his mouth, he would meet the woman of destiny at the next corner. Then, he would be unable to stop in time and would uncontrollably bump into her under the influence of inertia. Yes, it was like a meeting of fate. As if it was fate, when the young man, who was about to be late, rushed to the next intersection, a luxuriously decorated carriage coincidentally appeared. The young man let out an insincere scream, and then used his iron mountain lean, as if Mount Tai was moving horizontally, to crash into the carriage. With a bang, the back half of the carriage was directly smashed into fine wood shavings. Countless fragments rose into the air like mist, floating into the dark sky. The galloping horse fell to the ground, and the front half of the carriage flew forward. The coachman was thrown by the huge force and immediately fainted. A figure jumped out from the broken carriage and floated to the roof of a house by the side of the road. The daredevil who accidentally bumped into the carriage took 2 steps back and sat on the ground. Then, he deliberately spread his legs. However, he was wearing pants, so the other party could not see that he had deliberately changed into strawberry underwear. At this moment, he touched his head and said in a low voice, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." Empress took a deep breath and looked at Sun Lang, who was sitting on the ground. She coldly said, "What are you doing?" Sun Lang rubbed his head and raised his head in a daze. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at Empress' military uniform and shouted, "Hey, are you also a student of our school? I'm a new transfer student. Look, we're both wearing the same clothes. It looks like a couple's shirt." Empress glared at him and coldly said, "Idiot." Sun Lang curled his lip. "Wow, you old woman really don't have any romantic cells. I think this kind of encounter is very classic. Why don't we change it next time?" On a slope full of green foxtails, I accidentally dropped the guillotine I was wearing on my head, and it rolled all the way to your feet? Ridiculous! Empress shouted, "What are you doing here?" Sun Lang smiled foolishly and said, "I want to go to school with you." Empress coldly sneered. Clumsy alienation. Trust me. Sun Lang maintained his sitting position and looked up at the high and mighty Her Highness the Empress concubine. His eyes were a bit blurred, If I really wanted to drive a wedge between you father and daughter, you would have to pick up a knife and cut each other the next day." Empress sneered. "Then why don't you do that?" "Because I love you." "I'm just kidding." Sun Lang smiled and waved his hand. Then his eyes became sharp. "Because I want to see your eyes full of regret and despair when you wake up from being kept in the dark." Empress's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Sun Lang smiled and said, "What? You don't understand? Can't you see? I want you to be suspicious because of this random sentence that I made up. In the end, you will fall out with your father. This is a plot to drive a wedge between us. What, is it still clumsy?" Empress was startled at first, then became furious and turned to leave. Sun Lang said lazily, "Did I let you go?" The Empress concubine cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do I need your permission to go anywhere?" "No, of course not. I can't control where you want to go." Sun Lang raised his right hand and made a very obscene gesture of digging. He chuckled. "But I can make you unable to go anywhere." Empress's expression changed and she cursed angrily, "Shameless." Sun Lang nodded happily. "To deal with a treacherous official like you, there is no need to talk about righteousness. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Your Highness Empress, let's make a deal." Empress flatly refused. "In your dreams, I won't make a deal with a treacherous official." Sun Lang nodded his head repeatedly. "That's indeed the case. Her Highness Empress Concubine is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. She would never make a deal with a treacherous official like me. It's just that I'm a bit curious. Why didn't your Highness Empress bring any attendants and guards to the court with only a coachman who doesn't know martial arts? Are you so confident in the security of the capital? Or are you worried that there will be too many people?" He chuckled and said, "Well, after all, your father is a great emperor. Even the most loyal guard can be your father's informant, right? What if I suddenly rush out and tell you something that isn't true, and it reaches His Majesty's ears? Although His Majesty isn't fooled by my sowing of discord, it won't be a good thing, right?" General Tensei looked at him coldly. "Don't look at me like that. You have to know that I have been merciful to you." Although Sun Lang's voice was very soft, it was exceptionally clear when it entered the Empress Concubine's ears. "Back at the Imperial Ancestral Temple, I let you off. Otherwise, you would have already thrown yourself into my embrace, your eyes filled with yearning, your heart rippling with love, expressing your deep love." Although he said such vulgar words, his tone was very serious. There was a sharp light in the calmness. "You have taken benefits from me, Sun Lang, so you have to spit out something, right?" Empress looked at him. The smile on her lips slowly widened, and her face was full of sarcasm. She said, "Sun Lang, do you think you have me?" Sun Lang tilted his head. Or else. Empress reached out and clapped her hands twice. The sound of clapping spread out through the night. A moment later, there was the sound of horse hooves. A group of people and horses were rushing over. Sun Lang frowned slightly. "Who is coming? Your subordinates can't stop me. You should know this. So, who are these people? Are they imperial censors or something?" Empress just sneered. Seeing this, Sun Lang lay down on the ground and shouted, "Oh my, someone from Tensei Province has bumped into someone." Empress looked down at this guy from above, as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. The sound of horse hooves approached. Empress's voice was full of evil intentions. She shouted, "Why aren't you helping General Shinsei up?" "Yes, sir," they replied in unison. Sun Lang heard this voice and instinctively trembled. Their replies were uniform and crisp. Obviously, they all came from the mouths of young ladies. He tilted his head and saw several dozens of silver-armored war boots with white cloud patterns stepping on the ground. The young, beautiful, valiant female warriors of the Heavenly Policy Mansion strode their long and slender legs towards him. As if it was a conditioned reflex, Sun Lang jumped up like a carp. Before he could say anything, Empress, who was standing on the roof, said, Look carefully. This is the famous commander of war, Jia Ying, who defeated the Sky Demon. He is the current general of Shunsei, Sun Lang. He is an indomitable hero and an unparalleled general of the empire. You little girls usually admire him and want to see him. Today your wish is granted. What are you still standing here for? Following the Empress concubine's command, the dozens of white-skinned and beautiful young ladies wearing battle armor immediately revealed bright and beautiful smiles. They looked like fanatical fans, and a fragrant wind blew in his face. They warmly called out, "General," and surrounded Sun Lang from all directions. General Shunsei suddenly understood Empress's evil intentions. He didn't expect that this woman would use such an evil method to deal with him. She was simply too inhumane. He dodged the siege of the women and confessed to Empress affectionately, "Ah, my love, is this your test? You are the only one in my heart." But Empress saw that he was pretending at a glance. She sneered, "Pretend, keep pretending." Sun Lang stopped pretending. He flew into the air in anger and rushed toward Empress. "Do you think you have won?" The Emperor concubine faced Sun Lang's demonic claws and quickly said expressionlessly, "Do you want to be surrounded by countless girls who admire you after court? Do you want to be chased by the little princesses in the palace for hugs? Do you want to be surrounded by beautiful palace maids and talented dancers at the imperial banquet?" Sun Lang's evil claws hovered above Empress's head. The two looked at each other. Empress showed a proud expression. Sun Lang stared and said, "Do you want to urinate in public in the Golden Palace? Do you want to secretly bite your finger in public? Do you want to be recorded by historians as your most charming moment?" Empress snorted. "Do you want to become a big pervert who cultivates evil skills?" Sun Lang frowned and said coldly, "Do you still want to be the crown prince?" It was a deadlock. The two fell into silence. After a while, Sun Lang sneered, "So you came up with such a method?" Empress said coldly, "You are lucky to ambush me here. Otherwise, after the imperial court, I will arrange my plan and ruin your reputation." Sun Lang said with a smile, "How do you know that I am not here to test your conspiracy?" Empress said indifferently, "Just be stubborn. I understand your urgency to save face." Sun Lang did not change his expression. His tone became playful. "By the way, I have another question. If I did not appear before, would you have arranged some evil plan? If that's the case, does your father know about this plan? Did he cooperate with you?" Empress's expression changed slightly. "Well, it seems that you haven't told your daddy yet. You have also entered puberty. You are estranged from your daddy and have your own little secret." Sun Lang was always able to keenly discover the enemy's flaws, whether it was a favorable or unfavorable situation. "It's obviously such an important plan. With your father's cooperation, it would be foolproof. But why didn't you tell your imperial father? Why don't you tell him about this?" "Oh, I see. You." Empress shouted coldly, "Shut up." Sun Lang nodded happily. "It seems that we are about to reach a new consensus." Empress's expression was cold, but she did not refute. After a moment of silence, she shouted in a low voice, "Don't use that dirty ability to attack me. In exchange, I will not use this method to hurt you." Chapter 944. In the faraway Earth, Sun Lang's hometown, there was such a thing. It was a concept and a system that maintained a shaky peace, suppressing the all-out war that could easily be triggered by sensitive issues such as ideology, national interests, religious beliefs, etc., so that Earth would not casually enter a radiation instance dungeon. The name of this thing was the Mutual Assured Destruction Mechanism. In other words, the most powerful countries in the world all had the terrible power to destroy civilization, and if any of them went berserk, it would be enough to make the entire human world suffer. The best part was that under the premise that the major powers all had the ability to go berserk, no one would dare to go berserk. This was called checks and balances. That was the irony of history and civilization. The weapons with the most destructive power, the ultimate weapons created by human beings that could destroy themselves, the brutal weapons that were deployed in the major launch platforms and aimed at the settlements of human beings 24 hours a day, and once activated, they could easily extinguish the fire of civilization. Yet, they had maintained the basic peace of the world in the decades after their birth. No one knew if Oppenheimer and Einstein would cry or laugh if they knew this in the underworld. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Sun Lang realized that he seemed to have fallen into this kind of balance. Originally, although the great strength of health was a curse that had troubled him for a long time, in the current situation, it had instead become a double-edged sword. With this terrifying power, he could unreasonably wave the fountain magic wand at the heavenly strategies princess, causing the noble princess to tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. After all, Her Highness Empress wanted to be Empress, and Sun Lang only needed to touch her gently, and no matter where he touched, the noble Empress would let out a moving moan, her face flushed, her legs rubbing together, her eyes filled with lust, and a river of spring water flowing down. Encountering this kind of thing in public was no different from playing with a vibrator. Furthermore, Her Highness, the Empress concubine, had the intention to compete for the position of crown prince. Losing her composure and losing face like this was a devastating blow to her reputation and ambitions. How could she still want to be the emperor after losing so much face? Therefore, with this deterrent weapon, Sun Lang had maintained a huge advantage over Empress ever since he wreaked havoc in Tensei province, causing her to be at a loss and even flee. Naturally, he was quite pleased with himself, and never tired of it. After all, as a good man, as a man with self-control, as a man who respected women, even if he had awakened this cursed ability, even if he had endured the pain of not being able to touch women for the past 2 years, Sun Lang had never turned into a pervert. He almost never used this ability to tease women. Instead, he always kept a decent distance from women. Therefore, Empress was an exception. It was super fun. Sun Lang, who had discovered a new world and a new way to play, had been thinking about how to torture Her Highness Empress when he had nothing to do. He had already developed various ways to play with her. He even wanted to test if his inner strength and 1,000-mile telepathy could develop a similar effect. In this way, he could play with vibrator and phone games. However, good times did not last long. Now, he was shocked to find that this woman had actually come up with a countermeasure. A mechanism to ensure mutual destruction. Touching the Empress concubine in front of everyone could destroy this woman's political future. If the Emperor knew that he had a lethal weapon against the Empress concubine, then the Empress concubine's importance would plummet. This was the weapon Sun Lang used to deter Empress. But this woman was obviously not easy to deal with. The great protective power had a flaw. Its most fatal and the core problem that troubled Sun Lang the most was that this power could not be controlled and could not be sent out at will. It was like a fixed buff. Status. Eagerly anticipating. Effect. Become the most gentlemanly man in the world. Note, don't dream. I mean, don't even think about it. That was the gist of it. Empress obviously also discovered this point, and then launched a counterattack plan based on it. Sun Lang could not control his curse ability, which meant that all the women he came into contact with would experience the phenomenon of water elemental stripping and produce an uncontrollable physiological impulse. In the empire where martial arts flourished, such a phenomenon was not difficult to explain. After all, the world of martial arts was full of rapists. If there were rapists, there would be legends of unscientific aphrodisiac that could immediately turn a woman into a slut after eating it. If there were such things, then there would naturally be obscene techniques that could use yin to supplement yang and seduce women. This was where the biggest problem lay. Sun Lang's ability was very easy to be regarded as an extremely obscene technique. What was worse was that with this man's consistent personality and conduct, People who were familiar with him would not doubt his motivation and rationality to practice the technique. As for why he could not send out at will, it could also be explained by his incomparably thirsty heart and his unparalleled martial arts cultivation. Of course, after he practiced it, he found that it was extremely effective. In excitement, he continued to practice in seclusion and deduced the technique from 9 levels to 18 levels. Then he practiced it to the perfect level in one go, and finally found that he had overdone it. It could be perfectly explained, and everyone would believe it. Everyone. Damn it. This was the most fatal weakness. With Sun Lang's martial arts, it was easy for him to make a fool of Empress. But after Empress made a fool of himself, he would fight to the death. If he harshly accused Sun Lang of practicing the evil technique, Sun Lang would not be able to refute. Going one step further, for example, arranging women and setting up a plan so that Sun Lang would be forced to come into contact with other women to cause unforeseen events. They could also beat the general of divine strategies into a pervert with evil intentions. TSK. To ensure mutual destruction. Sun Lang could destroy the Empress concubine's political future, but the Empress concubine could also destroy Sun Lang's reputation. In this kind of situation where both sides perished together, the fragile balance began. No, it was even an exchange of offense and defense, and the situation was reversed. Since the window paper was already exposed and the problem was made clear, then when Sun Lang once again made a move against the Empress concubine and humiliated her in front of everyone, the Empress concubine could still accuse Sun Lang in a life and death struggle. And if Her Highness the Empress concubine took the initiative and secretly plotted against Sun Lang, even if Sun Lang wanted to touch her out of humiliation after she succeeded, it wouldn't matter. It wasn't that Her Highness the Empress concubine wasn't decent, it was that the general of divine strategies was too perverted. Everyone had the right to punish him. Therefore, this meant that Empress had changed from a passive situation to a strategic initiative. However, Sun Lang still held the greatest advantage, and that was his martial prowess. Even if the Empress concubine's scheme succeeded, he could still flip the table and smash everyone's heads. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. The advantage of having power was that no matter when or where, no matter what the situation was, you would always have the last and most effective trump card to play, causing your opponents to hesitate in taking action. But if things reached that point, there was basically no winner. So, was it still a check and balance? Sun Lang and Empress concubine stared at each other. In this instant, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. No matter if it was Sun Lang's agreement or Empress concubine's agreement, the two of them didn't believe a single word of it. After all, the trust between them had long collapsed. Right now, they were enemies that wouldn't rest until one of them died. The Empress concubine had made countless decisions, abandonments, and sacrifices to reach this step. Sun Lang carried the lives of several people, and the future of many people back here. No one would compromise, no one would give in, no one would be soft-hearted, and no one would make a mistake. But it was still a little funny. Sun Lang suddenly rolled his eyes. Look at you, look at you. Where is your mindset, your breadth of mind, and your bearing? You actually used such a lowly method to attack your political opponents and fight between factions in the court. Empress said coldly, "Shameless bastard, you actually turned around and made a false countercharge." Sun Lang straightened his neck and said, "I'm also a barbarian. It's natural that I'm lowly." "If I'm lowly, are you also lowly?" Empress said angrily, "You're the lowly one." In terms of bickering, even 10 empresses were no match for Sun Lang. If it was in the past, such a quarrel would have lasted for at least an hour. But as time passed, things remained the same and people had changed. Everything could no longer return to the past. Although Sun Lang wanted to retort, his mood from the past could not return. After a moment of melancholy, Sun Lang suddenly woke up. "What am I thinking?" He laughed at himself in his heart, and his slightly dazed heart became firm again. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Memories were stored in the heart, and occasionally surfaced and stirred up slight waves. It was human nature. But that was all. So he showed a gentle smile. Empress saw the familiar face and felt a chill in her heart. She said defensively, "What do you want to do?" Sun Lang said in a low voice, "The Three Kingdoms." Empress heard him talk about the Three Kingdoms story. Of course, it was the kind that had been magically modified. It was a new version that combined fantasy, mecha warfare, the end of the world, hot-bloodedness, and the dream of the Three Kingdoms. She was shocked. "What?" Sun Lang pointed at her. "You." Then he pointed at himself. "Me." Then he pointed at the imperial city. "Your father." The Three Kingdoms. Empress was startled at first, and then she sneered. "Are you trying to sow discord again?" Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. "Sow discord? Don't you have selfish motives? Are you on the same side as your father? Does he trust you completely? Do you trust him completely? Do you obey him purely out of loyalty and affection? There is no affection in the royal family. I was the one who told you that being with the emperor is like being with a tiger." Empress said coldly, "Everyone has selfish motives. That was also what you said. But in the face of a great traitor like you, I naturally have to sincerely cooperate with my father to fight against the enemy." Sun Lang laughed. "When your father summoned you before, he must have asked you why you ran away in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Did you tell him the truth? Did you tell your father that Sun Lang is a great pervert? He touched you casually, and you want to take it all over him, so that you can't do anything to him. Did you tell your father the truth? You didn't, right? You definitely didn't, because if you said so, you would be useless. Including now. You are very smart. You have thought of a way to counter me. Such a good way. Did you tell your father? With his help, the plan will go more smoothly, right?" Empress gritted her teeth and said, "I will go to the palace and report to my father this time." Sun Lang shook his head and smiled. "No, you won't. You won't do this, because even if you tell your father, it will be useless. Even if you and your father can perfectly carry out this plan and greatly damage my reputation, I still have a last resort. If he dares to slander me in front of the Golden Palace, I dare to blow his head in front of the Golden Palace." Empress said angrily, "How dare you? There are many talents in the court and countless masters. Do you think you will succeed? Do you really think you are invincible in the world?" Sun Lang smiled. "Whether or not I am invincible, whether or not I can do it, is not important. What is important is that your father, the Emperor, will be afraid. Even if I only have a 10% chance of killing him, he will not dare to take the risk. He is old and he has more scruples. The decision of the Battle of the Great Desolate Mountain has already greatly exhausted his courage, and the countless hidden dangers and consequences of that battle have greatly diminished his spirit. In other words, our old Li is no longer the same." He looked at the Empress concubine, his eyes deep and gloomy. The Empress concubine saw even more inside information and secrets from those eyes, but she also knew that the other party wouldn't reveal anything to her. If you observe carefully, if you think about it carefully, you will find that your father is no longer the monarch with great talent and bold vision. He thinks about this and that, but he doesn't have the slightest grandeur of a monarch. When dealing with a traitor like me, he actually has his hands tied and feet tied. He doesn't have the decisive and ruthless means. Empress heard this and said angrily, "Isn't that because of you? It doesn't matter. What I did doesn't matter." Sun Lang pointed at his heart and smiled. "The crux of the problem is that in your father's heart, there is no world. So when facing a traitor like me, he can't defeat the enemy with the mind and spirit of the ruler of the world. That's why he was fooled by me. A real monarch should be able to recognize the danger and future troubles contained in me and fight with the decisiveness of a hero, instead of being timid and delaying. Then why do you think he is delaying? What does he want to do? Empress's expression did not change, but her eyes could not help but waver. However, she realized that Sun Lang was looking at her with a trace of pity in his eyes. General Tensei said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Sun Lang faintly said, "You want to be the emperor, and your imperial father will do his best to nurture you. Facing me, the two of you are grasshoppers on the same rope. You must cooperate sincerely, and you must join hands to face the enemy. If this is what you think, then you are gravely mistaken. When you stand below the imperial steps, facing me with the identity of the emperor's successor, partner, and guardian, I suggest you turn around and look at the way your imperial father looks at you." His words were full of meaning and his tone was even more mysterious. Perhaps it was because of the heavy night dew, the empress concubine suddenly felt a gloomy chill. She shouted in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" Sun Lang showed a smile that Empress was very familiar with. "Of course, I want to drive a wedge between you and your father." He smiled. "Little fool." Empress was stunned, but Sun Lang still smiled. "Then let's go back to the tripartite balance. I hope you still remember the story I told you. The tripartite balance, Dong Yu Wu, Lu Wei and Cao Cao, is just the general trend. The alliance is not firm. As the strength changes, the situation will change. The boundary between allies and enemies is actually very blurry." Empress's suspicion disappeared. The woman raised her eyebrows, and her tone became a little excited. Her voice was full of mockery. "You mean, you want me to cooperate with you to fight against my father? Could it be that your next step is to reconcile with me and help me ascend to the throne?" Sun Lang said lightly, "I think you are mistaken. The alliance between Sun Quan and Lu Wei was never firm. The reason why they stood together was because Cao Wei's threat was big enough. What does big enough mean? It's Cao Cao who wants to kill Lu Wei and Sun Quan together. It's also because of this that the two can put down their disagreements and conflicts and fight side by side. Do you understand? Because I want to see the look of regret and despair in your eyes after you've been kept in the dark all this time and realize that you're about to die." The Empress concubine suddenly thought of what Sun Lang had said before. When he said those words, Sun Lang's eyes were imprinted in her heart. His eyes were sharp, full of killing intent and hatred. Such a gaze pierced her heart, but at the same time, it made her calm. She did not regret the choice she made. Time could not be reversed, and the past could not be turned back. Hatred and killing intent were human nature. What she cared about was what Sun Lang said. This made her feel uncertain. She did not know if this was a simple plan to drive a wedge between them, or, thinking of her father who was far away in the imperial city, looking down on the world, she felt a chill in her heart. However, her expression was still cold. "Yes, Mr. Liu Bei. Before defeating Cao Cao, you were already thinking about taking over Jingzhou. How can I be at ease to fight against Cao Cao with you?" No matter what doubts she had in her heart, she would not show it. She could not give Sun Lang an opportunity to take advantage of her. Sun Lang only smiled. He waved his hand and leaped into the night sky. "You still don't understand. But whatever. I've said enough today. We're going to be late. I'll go first." Empress subconsciously wanted to stop him. However, Sun Lang's martial arts were unparalleled in the world. He wanted to leave. In an instant, he turned into a clear shadow and disappeared into the deep night of the imperial city. She looked in the direction where Sun Lang disappeared and felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. The feeling of uneasiness, the feeling of doubt, the story Sun Lang told her, her own doubts, the fact that there was no familial love in the imperial family, whether her father, who had always been unfathomable, was scheming something behind her back, and whether Sun Lang knew any of these things. She did not know these things. For a moment, Her Highness Empress felt waves of irritation. A tripartite confrontation. What does it mean? Joining forces with Liu Bei and Cao Cao? The same threat? Cao Cao wanted to unify the world, so he had to defeat Liu Bei and Sun Quan. The latter two could not, so they could only abandon their former enmity and fight side by side. Father's enemy is him. Why would he attack me? I'm his daughter. He also knows my loyalty and patience. I'm his most trusted successor in the Night Wind. Her Highness Empress's mind was racing, but she could not think of a reason. Sun Lang, who was walking in the night, had a calm expression. A tripartite confrontation. For Liu Bei and Sun Quan, the biggest threat was the powerful Chao Wei in the north. In the face of such an enemy, they could only temporarily put aside their previous disagreements and work together to maintain the balance between the north and the south. However, such a balance and alliance was fragile. Contradictions between Sun Quan and Liu Bei were rampant. As long as an external enemy instigated a little, internal strife would result. For example, the death of Guan Yu and Liu Bei's failure to conquer Wu. Foolish woman. Sun Lang's lips curled into a Sinran sneer. You don't even know who is Cao Cao, who is Sun Quan, who is Liu Bei. Do you still not understand who Liu Bei is? However, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. I will make you understand sooner or later. Just like Guan Yu and Sun Quan, they would definitely fight. The plan had been set a long time ago. There was no kinship in the royal family, and it was easy to drive a wedge between them. On a cold night in the capital, after a brief encounter, confrontation, and conversation, the two youngest and most famous ministers of the Hudu Empire parted ways and walked further and further away. The battle of the Great Desolate Mountain 2 years ago had shattered all the warmth and affection. From that moment on, only hatred remained. There was only complete hostility. There was only an enemy that would not rest until one of them died. However, Empress suddenly came back to her senses in the Night Wind. Wait. She was clearly the one who had the upper hand and forced this guy who was jumping around happily to the corner. How could she let him run away so easily after showing off? It was as if she had lost for a while. General Shernse, who was galloping away, came back to his senses and remembered something. F***ck, 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 F***ck. Chapter 945. It was an honor that had existed since ancient times to be praised without fame, to be able to enter the imperial court without being rushed, and to be able to walk with the sword in the palace. With the change of dynasties and the evolution of the times, this honor gradually became a formality. For example, the so-called to be able to wear a sword to the palace meant that one could bring a weapon to the palace without taking off their shoes. However, with the reformation of the imperial court, the kneeling ceremony was abolished. Ministers did not need to kneel in the imperial court. The floor of the Golden Palace was also changed from wood to stone. Everyone had to stand and listen during the imperial court. The rule of removing one's shoes in the ancestral temple and the palace had long disappeared. It was the same with the sword. Originally, officials were required to remove their weapons when attending court. This was for the sake of the emperor's safety. However, since the birth of the emperor's weapon hundreds of years ago, this marvelous weapon had become the most powerful source of power for martial artists. It was connected to the divine soul and connected to the bloodline. It contained unfathomable and mysterious power. Compared to it, ordinary weapons were just a pile of scrap metal. The rules of the court that prohibited officials from carrying weapons had also turned to the emperor's weapon. Therefore, the honor of being able to wear a sword to the palace had basically become a formality. It was seen as a kind of favor and trust from the emperor to a certain minister. Of course, no matter how much the emperor trusted and favored the minister, he could not bring the imperial army to the imperial court. The weapons that he could wear were limited to ordinary iron. This was not only for the emperor's personal safety, but also for the harmony of the imperial court. After all, in the imperial court, black iron was an official. Between the emperor and the emperor, the fierce men ate the salary. The fierce and violent people were aggressive in the imperial court. The brave and fierce people were all in charge of the government. They often wanted to turn the Golden Palace into ruins and make the innocent suffer. Usually, they would fight for no reason. If they brought the imperial army with them, it would be terrible. In order to prevent the scale and consequences of the fights from escalating, the ministers were forbidden to bring the imperial army to the imperial court. Even the important ministers who had the privilege of being able to wear a sword to the palace were not allowed to bring the imperial army with them. They could just use an ordinary sword to show off. This was to prevent them from taking out the imperial army during a fight. Everyone would not be able to hold them back. This was already a well-thought-out rule and etiquette. However, General, the voice of the censor, who was responsible for monitoring the words and actions of the officials, trembled slightly. They were equivalent to the disciplinary committee. When they were waiting in line for the morning court, they would monitor back and forth to see if anyone's red scarf was not tied properly, if anyone was not wearing their school uniform properly, and even if they were talking, laughing, and spitting on the ground. Now, a friend of the censor squeezed out a formal smile and said weakly to the important official who had just squeezed his way to the front row, You are, Sun Lang smiled politely at him. What's wrong? The imperial censor who spoke was famous for his eloquence in the court. When he scolded people, he was like a surging river. However, at this moment, he was stuttering. The scene in front of him was beyond his comprehension. He asked, What are you doing? Sun Lang lowered his head and looked at his court uniform. This uniform was sent by the Ministry of Rights yesterday. Is there any problem? Although I was hit hard by General Tensei's luxurious car, it doesn't seem to be damaged. Oh right. Speaking of which, you are the censor, right? I want to report to you that General Tensei rode his horse on the street. The censor pointed at Sun Lang's right hand and was about to cry. I'm talking about this. Sun Lang suddenly understood and showed an even brighter smile. I, Sun Lang, General of Shinsei, have been bestowed by His Majesty to be able to wear a sword to the palace. I have to carry a weapon with me. He waved the two-handed siege sword that was as long as a snake's spear on his shoulder. He smiled like a child who was the best in martial arts in the world. The officials behind him were silent. Everyone silently looked at the figure at the front. Under the dark night, in front of the fire in the palace, a sharp giant sword was pointed at the sky. Not long ago, they saw General Shinsei jogging alone. As he ran, he knocked his forehead and stuck out his tongue, saying things like, "Oh no, I'm almost late." Halfway through, he shouted, "Oh no, I forgot to bring my battleship slicing blade." Then, under everyone's gaze, the general jumped into the endless darkness. A moment later, he ran back with a giant sword that could kill 1/3 of the officials of the empire with just 3 swings. Everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment they were shocked and amused. The empire had been established for hundreds of years. There were many officials who had the honor of being able to wear a sword to the palace. However, everyone at most carried a ceremonial sword for show. They had never heard of any official carrying a heavy weapon like a mace, a crescent blade, an iron halberd, or a mountain-splitting axe. Damn it! The censor was tongue-tied for a moment, but he could not say anything. After all, the ceremonial officials who set the rules of etiquette for the imperial court did not set the standards or restrictions for carrying weapons. Or rather, they did not expect that after hundreds of years, there would be a powerful official or general who would carry a giant sword that could cut the gate of heaven influence in half. It was simply poisonous. Among the crowd, Di Huaying and Bao Shiren stood together. They had been talking before. Di Huaying said in a low voice, "Eldest senior sister has already left 6 fan school. Father Hui has also resigned 2 years ago. They are not in the list of officials and cannot participate in the imperial court. However, there was a decree from the palace last night. They are now waiting in the palace. Junior brother, cheer up. Today's imperial court meeting will not be simple." As he said this, he signaled to the front with his eyes. Although the crowd in front blocked the sight of the 2 people, who were not very tall, the extremely long heavy sword at the front was like a pointing mark on the head of the Higura bell. It clearly indicated that the flashy and arrogant Master Sun Lang is here. Bao Shiren snorted heavily. He did not like Sun Lang at all. Reckless, impetuous, bossy, independent, not at all like an important official. Di Huaying smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're here again." Bao Shiren said coldly, "Isn't that right, senior brother? He is always so capricious and does things as he pleases. Every time he does something sensational, he does not have the slightest sign of composure. In this way, those who want to rely on him and those who want to cooperate with him will all shrink back." Di Huaying laughed and said, "Isn't this a good thing for you, junior brother?" Bao Shiren was startled at first, then nodded and said, "He is the enemy of the country. He comes with ill intentions. Anyone who wants to shake the country is my enemy. As my enemy, it is indeed good news that he is so impetuous. However, this does not prevent me from despising his behavior and mocking his behavior." Di Huaying shook his head and said, "Junior brother, you are wrong to think this way. In my opinion, the way the general acts is not frivolous or impetuous. He is constantly breaking the rules." Looking at the eye-catching huge blade, Di Huaying looked as if he was looking at a sharp and invincible divine weapon. He said, "Laughing and scolding and winning every battle, ignoring the rules as if they are nothing but cutting through bamboo? Junior brother, you are loyal and simple. You see the general as your enemy, so you don't like him at all. However, have you ever thought about how others will feel when they see him, who speaks and acts without scruples but can suppress the imperial court?" Bao Shiren was shocked. He was not stupid. Di Huaying sighed softly. "He is a very difficult and terrifying enemy. And the worst news is that after the morning court, the 4 of us will have to face him directly." In the whispered conversation, the censor still could not find a clear law enforcement basis, so he could not do anything with the general's battleship slicing blade. This was also the benefit of power and power. If a small official made a mistake, no censor would have the leisure to reason with him. He would just reprimand him and write it down in a small notebook. In the blink of an eye, he would be criticized to death. However, it was not the same for General Shinsei. If the general was polite and reasonable to you, you had to be honest and reasonable to him. If you were unreasonable to him, he would let you see how unreasonable he was. After waiting for a while, General Tensei came late. When Her Highness Empress saw the battleship slicing blade on Sun Lang's shoulder, she was also shocked. Then she laughed coldly and did not say anything. She maintained a suitable distance from Sun Lang. The 2 did not interact at all. This greatly disappointed the officials who were waiting to see a fierce battle. Sun Lang carried his legal sword and occasionally spoke a few words with the important officials beside him. They were all people he was familiar with. Most of the important officials in the court had a calm expression and did not smile, treating him as if he was nothing. When the political battle reached this level, it involved the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. Many people had not made up their minds, many people were still watching from the sidelines, and many people were not ready to take side. Before this, it was better to have less contact. After a while, it was finally 5 o'clock. It was time to go to court. As the censor called out a greeting, the guards inside responded in unison. The huge gate of heaven influence slowly opened. The ancient imperial city announced its awakening. The officials waiting quietly outside the gate of heaven influence were about to enter the court one by one to pay their respects to the emperor and participate in the court meeting. The censor was about to lead the officials into the court when he discovered an even more serious problem. It was a problem of order. The gate was only so big. There was a difference in order of entry. First-rank officials walked in front of second-rank officials. This was something that could not be more normal. But among the first-rank officials, who would walk in front? Originally, this problem of order had been solved long ago. It could be based on seniority. But this was the first time that General Shinsei had entered the court. In terms of military exploits, reputation, and official position, he was the best choice. As a famous official of the age, where would he be placed? It had to be known that this was not a small matter, but what made the imperial censors let out a sigh of relief was that the general displayed his style and displayed an extremely humble and good quality. He carried his battleship Slicing Blade and flashed behind Her Highness the Empress Concubine. He smiled at the surrounding first-rank officials and said, "I naturally have to walk behind my family's sure." The others did not hear the filth in these words. Hearing these words, they all responded with kind, joking, or mischievous smiles. They thought that Sun Lang said ladies first and took the opportunity to take advantage of Empress. And Her Highness Empress took a deep breath. Only she heard the true meaning of Sun Lang's words. First-rank military officials went first, followed by first-rank civil officials. Empress wanted to show respect for the wise and humble, so she waited until the last to walk. And Sun Lang was standing behind her. Behind. God damn it. She thought about how this despicable and shameless pervert was right behind her, and how his eyes were probably looking around. What was worse was that as long as the other party poked her gently with his hand, something terrible would happen. The feeling of the faucet being held in someone else's hand was very uncomfortable. Sun Lang's voice drilled into her ears. "If I poke you gently, will you fall out with me?" The Empress Concubine felt the muscles on her back as she coldly said, "Guess." Sun Lang said, "Then guess where my hand is?" Empress was silent for a moment. Her body suddenly leaned back. Sun Lang was startled and subconsciously shrank back. General Tensei lightly said, "Ha." Sun Lang gritted his teeth. "Hey, you're getting better." The Empress Concubine didn't say anything and walked forward. Excluding the nobles, there were a total of 10 to 20 first-rank officials in the court. Very quickly, it was their turn. Sun Lang humphed twice and immediately followed. When the guards received the news, they were mentally prepared. But when they saw General Shinsei walk in with a serious expression while carrying a giant sword, they still had mixed feelings. The visual impact made them speechless for a moment. The feelings of the many courtiers following behind the general were even more indescribable. They lined up and silently entered the palace, but their eyes followed the constantly swaying sword in front of them. Even though the courtiers were all skilled martial artists of the present age, and more than half of them were meritorious heroes who had been on the Tianyuan battlefield, the swaying sword was in the hands of a madman called Sun Lang. This made many people tremble with fear. Along the way from the gate of heaven influence to the 5 gates of the emperor, there were palace guards all along the way. Along the way, there were eunuchs and palace maids passing by. There were even young princes and princesses who came out to take a peek. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the general of divine strategies carried a huge superweapon and walked through the street. Furthermore, he looked around without any shyness or embarrassment. His skin was so thick that he could receive an emperor weapon with his face. The hall of politics was in sight. Walking through the vast square and ascending the long stairs, the sky was slightly bright, and the stars were still bright. The highest meeting place of the empire was right in front of them. This was the highest power center of Huda territory and the biggest stage of the country. Sun Lang followed behind the Empress Concubine and walked up the long and wide step. This was the first time he had come here. This was his final battlefield and stage. It had been 8 years. Until today, he finally stood at the highest point of this country. He had come here to do some things that he had to do. His heart was in turmoil. Sun Lang said in a low voice, "I've finally come here with you." Empress in front of him seemed not to hear him. His steps were still steady and his back was calm, just like before. It was strange yet familiar. It was a pity that he was 2 years late. It was a pity that things had changed. Everything had gone against his best dream. He had already woken up from the dream. "Now," he said, "get out of the way." The sharp tip that was almost solid pierced towards the Empress concubine's back. As a martial artist, General Tian Su's instincts allowed him to quickly dodge. The sound of the wind rang in his ears as a familiar yet unfamiliar figure flitted past him and walked forward. The ministers who were walking at the front all sensed something and turned their heads back. An extremely dense will erupted from their backs, containing an incomparable power. That power was so blazing, so indomitable, like a landslide, like a flood, like a raging flame. It condensed into a beam of sword light, slashing out with a roar of anger and unwillingness. It slashed out with the satisfaction of revenge, the helplessness of being used, the sadness of being betrayed. Finally, he relied on his own strength to come here, to accomplish some things. He said, "Excuse me, let me go first this time." The noblest and most powerful first-grade ministers of the empire, who were walking at the front, opened up a path for them, whether they were willing or forced to do so. Sun Lang's aura at this moment was above everyone else. Sighs rose in the eyes of those who knew, and shock appeared on the faces of those who didn't. The imperial guards standing in front of the palace were responsible for protecting, but when the Shunsei general with a large number of soldiers came closer, the most powerful soldiers were shocked into silence and couldn't say a word. They watched with wide eyes as Sun Lang stepped over the high threshold and walked into the magnificent palace. The emperor had not yet arrived. There were only a few ceremonial officials, eunuchs in the palace doing the final inspection. They saw the Shunsei general enter with a sword and soldiers and were so scared that they trembled. Sun Lang raised his head and looked around at the towering palace. There were 12 pillars, extremely high royal stairs, and the majestic dragon throne. This place was much larger than the Golden Room in the Forbidden City. "So this is what it looks like." His voice was very calm. He walked forward a few steps and asked a eunuch, "Where is my seat?" The poor guy seemed to have thought of something and looked at Sun Lang with fear and trepidation. 3 seconds later, a look of shock appeared on his face. He unconsciously glanced at the dragon throne, and then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "You guys just listen to rumors and always want to create big news." The sound of footsteps rang out behind him as the officials filed in. They looked at Sun Lang with complicated gazes. Sun Lang turned his head to look at them and tilted his head. "Did I do something wrong?" Many of the people who were secretly angry were startled when they heard this. Odd, it seemed like he didn't do anything wrong. Entering the palace with a sword was originally allowed to carry a sword. The court didn't set a standard, and he wasn't carrying the imperial army. Even if he was carrying a heavy sword, it wouldn't be against the rules. Just now, there wasn't any problem with being the first to enter the palace. He didn't make a lot of noise, didn't show a fierce look, and didn't hurt anyone. He just walked a little faster and was a little faster. But in fact, there wasn't much of a problem. Even if these things were done by a third or even second-rank official, what greeted him would certainly be an earth-shattering amount of documents and criticism. He might even be arrested on the spot. All that greeted him was a strange silence. The officials silently entered the palace and stood in the formation they were familiar with for a long time. Sun Lang smiled at Empress, who was walking over. When the smile fell into the eyes of General Tensei, it revealed an indescribable coldness. He still stood beside Empress. The eunuchs sang the ceremony. The emperor had arrived, and the officials all cheered. Jizun wore a dragon robe and sat on the dragon throne. General Shinsei stood below and looked up. The two people's gazes met. Sun Lang carried the huge sword on his shoulder and smiled at him. It was as if he was carrying a butcher's knife. Chapter 946. The officials cheered and the emperor took his seat. The eunuch stepped forward and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. His voice was clear and resounding throughout the court. Since the court meeting has begun, the path for discussion has been opened. Officials, submit a memorial. Bao Shiren raised his head and exchanged glances with Di Huaying in the Ministry of Justice. Then, he stepped out of the crowd. I, Bao Shiren, the governor of the capital, have a memorial. The emperor first looked at Sun Lang. General Shinsei, who was standing at the front of the military class, looked straight ahead. His expression was calm, and he did not show any unusual behavior. Then, he looked at Bao Shiren. At such a young age, he was one of the 3 assistants in the capital. This young man was intelligent, capable, and hot-blooded. He was an official that every emperor liked very much. This kind of official had ideals, and did not care about personal gains and losses. He also did not form cliques for selfish ends. He was driven and dared to do things. For the sake of his beliefs and morals, he could disregard the consequences. He could become a sharp blade that could cut through all obstacles in the hands of a wise emperor. The emperor saw Bao Shiren's expression and eyes. He was determined and stubborn. He was intelligent and stupid, shrewd and dull. He did things based on the balance in his heart. He could persevere in investigating the truth of the battle on Dahuang Mountain when Sun Lang disappeared for 2 years. He could also unhesitatingly become enemies with Sun Lang after he returned to the capital. It seemed that his actions were contradictory, but there was a set of unwavering logic in his actions. When Sun Lang's actions and position threatened the stability of the country and the happiness of the people, he did not hesitate to become the enemy of the other party. This was the highest standard of his conduct as a person and as an official. The emperor's gaze swept across the crowd. These people were the helmsmen of the country, the pillars of the court, the people who ruled the country with him, and the so-called loyal officials. However, among the elites of the country, there were too few officials like Bao Shiren. More people paid attention to their own land and the power in their hand. Otherwise, how could this dog be so arrogant? He looked at Sun Lang again. The greatest traitor in the history of the empire was now standing on the Golden Palace with an extremely ridiculous giant sword in his hand. He looked down on the imperial power, had no emperor or father, and was extremely arrogant. However, none of the civil and military officials dared to raise any objections. A bunch of selfish and despicable people. The emperor suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly swept his gaze over the officials in the Golden Palace. He wanted to build an unprecedentedly powerful empire. He wanted to be an eternal and immortal emperor. Therefore, he needed loyal and selfless subjects, not these overcautious and indecisive fools. Fortunately, he only needed to endure for a while. That day was not far away. But first, I have to deal with you. Thinking of this, the emperor nodded. The chamberlain who turned around to ask for the emperor's order saw this and loudly said, "Approved." Bao Shiren stepped forward, tidied his clothes, and knelt on the ground. His voice was calm and firm. "This official, the capital governor Bao Shiren, requests your majesty to listen. There are 3 things I want to report. First, Shinsei General Sun Lang led the army to attack the Copper Sparrow Terrace. He gathered his private army in the front and set up a private prison in the back. Not only did he violate the law, but he also disturbed the people's hearts. This official once led the army to question him, but was evaded in the name of military affairs. Today, I will report this matter to the emperor in the court. I hope your majesty will investigate this matter. Second, the fire sword Saint Qi Lianyan died on the street. Before his death, he had a quarrel with General Shinsei. The inexplicable death of the 7 luminaries' sword saint shook the capital and shocked our allies. Your Majesty must investigate this matter. Third, as the ancient saying goes, those in position plan their own affairs. Commander of War Sun Lang fought on the battlefield in the past, and his achievements surpassed the 6 armies. He illuminated Tianyuan and was conferred the title of General Shinsei. His achievements were worthy of his position, but he had no duties. This caused the famous general of the era to wander around the capital, doing nothing. Your Majesty, please investigate this matter carefully. When the officials began to report, they were supposed to report one matter at a time. Bao Shiren had already broken the rules by mentioning 3 matters in one breath, but no one objected, because these 3 matters could more or less be considered one matter. It was the matter of Sun Lang. It was the matter of Sun Lang. The Golden Hall was completely silent. Everyone stole glances at Sun Lang, only to see that the general was concentrating on picking at his fingernails. That astonishingly large sword was floating beside him, as if it was being held in the air by an invisible hand. It was like a door was standing beside him. It looked extremely awkward. Even though they were talking about him, he didn't seem to care at all. After a while, the Emperor said indifferently, "Beloved subject? Beloved subject Sun Lang?" Sun Lang turned a deaf ear to it. His eyes were solemn as he held his breath and concentrated on scraping the small thorns sticking out from the side of his fingernails. He was so serious and so forceful that he even scraped a string of sparks on his fingernails. His mouth made strange tisk sounds of impatience and failure. The Emperor took a deep breath and said in a heavier voice, "Sun Lang." Shinsei, who was wearing a dark red military uniform, immediately strode out. His posture was ramrod straight. At the same time, a forceful, heavy, and energetic voice boomed out, "Yes." This voice was so abrupt and loud that it made many of the officials tremble in fear. There were even fine rustling sounds in the Golden Hall. This shout even shook off the dust that had accumulated on the roof. The Emperor furrowed his brows and said in an unfriendly tone, "I just called you. Didn't you hear?" Sun Lang's face was blank. "I heard," the Emperor said coldly. "Then why didn't you answer?" Sun Lang lowered his head to look at himself, and felt even more confused. "Didn't I come out to answer?" The Emperor's voice became colder and colder. "I was talking about before." Sun Lang's eyes widened. With a face full of shock, he said, "That beloved subject's son was calling me? Beloved subject?" The Emperor didn't say anything and looked at him with an even more unfriendly gaze. Sun Lang immediately showed a blushing expression. "I'm really sorry, Your Majesty. It was my oversight. I thought Your Majesty didn't like me and wanted me to scram far away. I didn't expect that even this kind of official would still be a beloved subject in Your Majesty's heart. I'm really flattered and moved to tears. I never thought that beloved subject's son was actually calling me." The more the Emperor listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He knew that Sun Lang was mocking him in a roundabout way. In his heart, he was even more displeased. He coldly said, "Now you know that the capital governor's 3 memorials are all related to you. I called you out because I want to hear your opinion." Sun Lang nodded and said sincerely to the Emperor, "Thank you for the invitation." The Emperor showed an expression of discomfort. After Sun Lang finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Bao Shiren, who was silently kneeling there. He raised his voice and said, "I oppose all of what official Bao said. Even if I disagree, it will be of no help." Bao Shiren said faintly, "Why do you say that, Commander-in-Chief?" Sun Lang smiled. "It's nothing. I just wanted to show off." Official Bao raised his head. Although he was still in a kneeling position, there was an awe-inspiring aura in his eyes. He looked at Sun Lang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Commander-in-Chief, you are an important official of the military class and a famous general of Tianyuan. Your every move is watched by the court and admired by the world. Therefore, please be careful with your words and actions and be a good example to the other officials." The Emperor said faintly, "Beloved subject Bao, stand up and speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bao Shiren stood up nimbly. His gaze was fixed on Sun Lang. Although he was one of the 3 assistants, he was the capital governor of the imperial capital. For him to be able to sit in this position at such a young age, he could be considered to have a prosperous career and a promising future. During his time in office, he was diligent in government affairs and had an excellent reputation. Because of this, the influential officials did not dare to bully him. He was truly a young and capable official. Although the influential officials of the imperial capital did not like him, they had to admit that he was a capable person. However, it was just like how all the young talents of the late Tianyuan era had to face a common shadow. Even if Bao Heizi's future was bright and he was successful and famous, he would still be overshadowed by Sun Lang. In the Golden Hall, the capital governor stared at the Shunsei general without flinching. Just like how he had confronted the influential officials countless times, his gaze was as firm as ever. However, no one thought that he would win, not even himself. But he still stood there because he felt that he had to stand there. Sun Lang smiled. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Just as he had expected, Bao Heizi had chosen hell mode. What a reckless idiot. Since you want to be the Emperor's sword, I'll grant you your wish. General Shunsei said slowly, "A few days ago in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, I've already told His Majesty everything. The inside story of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Qi Lianyan's death, and all sorts of suspicious points have been explained in detail. I've already reported all the questions that Lord Bao has raised to His Majesty. This is a matter of national importance, and it's indeed inappropriate to speak of it so early." Bao Shiren raised his eyebrows. "I'm afraid your words won't convince the public." Sun Lang said indifferently, "Why would I need to convince the public? I only need to convince His Majesty." "But this is a matter of the imperial court," Bao Shiren said in a low voice. "Let's take a step back and assume that you have no authority and are acting on your own. First, you don't have a valid reason. Second, there's no one to supervise you. What if you take this opportunity to attack those who don't? His Majesty and all the officials in the imperial court will be kept in the dark. You can do whatever you want and the imperial law will only exist in name. This is simply child's play. This must not happen. Furthermore, the Copper Sparrow Terrace is only one of the reasons. Qi Lianyan's death is even more suspicious. Forgive me for being blunt, but before Qi Lianyan's death, he had the most disputes with you. In other words, if he died on the street, you will not be able to escape suspicion. Do you want to let General Shunsei investigate this matter on your own?" Sun Lang turned to the Emperor. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" The Emperor said indifferently, "Lord Bao's words are meant to serve the country. You must know that a country has its laws and a family has its rules." Sun Lang nodded. "I understand, Your Majesty." The Emperor's heart skipped a beat. What is this bastard plotting? Everything Bao Shiren had said today was a secret edict he had written last night. In other words, this was his plan. He wanted to make Bao Shiren a sharp knife to stab Sun Lang. After Sun Lang attacked the Copper Sparrow Terrace, he claimed that the Sky Demon was behind it. Then, he searched the entire city and used the name list as a pretext to make a fuss. He made all the influential guests of the Copper Sparrow Terrace feel insecure. This was all part of this traitor's evil plan. The so-called Sky Demon was completely fabricated out of thin air. He had intentionally allowed Bao Shiren to intervene in this matter. Naturally, he hoped that the iron-headed and shrewd Jing Zhaoyin would be able to find evidence, clarify the truth, and rationally deny Sun Lang's fallacious reasoning and heresy. At the very least, He wanted Sun Lang to be distracted and exhausted from running for his life, so that he would reveal a flaw, allowing him to strike the enemy down. This included the matter of Qi Lianyan. In his heart, the emperor was certain that Qi Lianyan's death was the work of his partner. Since the other party had flatly denied it, he could only pretend to be confused. But why didn't he put the blame on Sun Lang? Bao Shiren was openly investigating the truth, while he was secretly tampering with things. Once Bao Shiren obtained strong evidence, he would definitely fight Sun Lang to the death. No matter what the result was, Sun Lang would be in a difficult situation. For someone like Bao Shiren, who was capable but stubborn, as long as he was used in the right place, he could also play a very powerful role. It was a pity that such capable subordinates were too few and far between. He had already drawn up today's plan. Bao Shiren would start the matter, and he would beat the drum from the side. He would openly and logically press him step by step. The other officials who had a criminal record in the Copper Sparrow Terrace would also follow suit. After all, they didn't want to be caught by Sun Lang. But he couldn't push Sun Lang too far. Otherwise, this fellow would jump over the wall. The goal of this stage was to force Sun Lang to make appropriate concessions and compromises. That was, he would agree to the court sending elite forces to assist in the inspection. Then, he could justifiably send out the 4 great hunters of the past to begin a new round of battle with Sun Lang. Another plan would thus begin. Among the 4 great hunters, Bao Shiren's temperament was stubborn and he was hostile to Sun Lang. Song Huifu was not much better. Kunan had already fallen out with Sun Lang the day before yesterday. Di Huaying, because they were from the same sect, had to advance and retreat together with the other 3. Even better, their master was the retired Wu Ho. In the eyes of the neutral party, the fierce battle between Wu Ho's disciples and the Shunsei general was a very clear political signal. If in the future Sun Lang was on a whim and killed any of these 4 people by accident, it would draw out the old man Wu Ho. Then there would be fun to watch. Or, if he didn't kill anyone, I could go with the flow and help him. But now, Sun Lang's reaction seemed to be a little strange. He actually very simply said, "I understand your Majesty's meaning." What kind of scheme did this fellow have? The Emperor's thoughts turned. The warning signs were already raised. Sun Lang was without a doubt a very difficult opponent to deal with. Not only was it reflected in his strength and temperament, it was also reflected in his style of doing things. This person's way of doing things was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies, not sticking to one pattern. He was especially good at using tortoise fists. Whenever he threw a punch, he would blindly attack. What did he want to do this time? As expected, he had guessed correctly. He only heard Sun Lang sigh. The sigh faintly sounded out, filled with fatigue and calmness. It was as if a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time had seen through fame and glory, as if a prodigal who had been playing in the world for a long time had seen through the world of mortals. That day, this subject mobilized the troops to attack the Copper Sparrow Terrace without permission because I had received extremely confidential information. The opportunity was fleeting and the matter was extremely confidential. I had no choice but to act decisively. Although mobilizing the troops without permission is a great taboo of the imperial court, this subject has a clear conscience and is willing to bear the consequences and accept the punishment. He showed a relieved smile and said in a low voice, "This subject does not regret what I did that day. After all, I succeeded in one strike. I found the most important evidence and caught the tail of the enemy." This subject found a lot of shocking evidence in the underground chamber of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It was blood-stained and extremely cruel. It was inhumane. Lord Bao has also seen this evidence with his own eyes. He is honest and magnanimous, loyal and pure. He will definitely investigate this matter to the end. This subject believes that he will find the truth. The Emperor was stunned. Without waiting for the Emperor to speak, Sun Lang immediately continued, "That's right. This subject offended countless colleagues that day. The rumors in the Great Barren Mountain have not stopped. I am under suspicion and reproach. How can I recklessly judge the affairs of the state? I am an old soldier of Tianyuan. It is already a blessing from the heavens that I am still alive. How can I participate in such a major case? Your Majesty, please find someone else. The Emperor said. Wait. Sun Lang ignored him and clasped his hands toward the equally stunned Bao Shiren. Lord Bao is a capable subject. He is loyal and devoted. In the heart of the imperial court, his reputation is much better than this subject's. I am very relieved to entrust the matter of the Copper Sparrow Terrace to him. That day, when the Copper Sparrow Terrace was raided, he was the first to arrive at the scene. He followed this subject to see the bloody evidence, and was also filled with righteous indignation. He swore that he would get to the bottom of the truth. I believe that he will do it. Therefore, this subject recommends Lord Bao to take over this matter. He will find peace for the innocent souls of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, and make all the sinful scum pay the price. He will return the imperial capital to its former glory. As for the matter of Qi Lianyan, at this point, his face was filled with infinite regret, sadness, and sorrow. General Shunsei said softly, "He is Qi Lianyan's younger brother. In the battle of the Great Barren Mountain, I watched Qi Lianyan die on the battlefield. I failed to save his life. Now, I have to watch his younger brother die in front of my eyes. I am very regretful and I blame myself. If I didn't force him step by step, perhaps Qi Lianyan wouldn't have died. From this point of view, I have nothing to say that I am the one who killed him. I am indeed a suspect in Qi Lianyan's murder. I am indeed a suspect in his death. This is a reasonable inference made according to the law. I have nothing to say." This subject also requests Lord Bao of the capital magistrate to investigate this matter. This subject is willing to be interrogated by Lord Bao as a suspect. I will cooperate with the investigation until the truth comes to light. This will comfort the souls of the two brothers in heaven. At this point, Sun Lang showed a slightly bitter and lonely smile. This subject understands Your Majesty's meaning. This subject's own affairs are still in a mess, so I will not meddle in other matters. There are many capable people in the court. This subject will be relieved to leave these matters to them. I will first do my own thing. This subject should have died long ago. I have been absent for 2 years. I am grateful that Your Majesty did not abandon me and still bestowed me with a high position and generous salary. This subject is grateful to the point of tears. I wanted to rub my palms together and do something great, but... He spoke in such an emotional whisper, exuding an extremely powerful aura of a one-man show. One sentence after another, it was impossible for anyone to interrupt. General Shunsei raised his head and looked at His Majesty. He bowed deeply. As for the third matter, the issue of this subject's authority. Now that I am still a suspect, I dare not meddle in state affairs. The day before yesterday, Qi Lianyan announced on the street that this subject had slaughtered his colleagues in the Great Barren Mountain. Another subject of the same court reprimanded this subject in front of the imperial ancestral temple for having no monarch or father. Today, Lord Bao's stern reprimand has awakened this subject from his dream. I am so ashamed that I dare not accept this official position. At this point, his voice was choked with sobs. His back was tinged with loneliness. He no longer had the heroic spirit of the past. He had once harbored lofty ambitions and was once all-powerful. However, after returning to his homeland 2 years later, his dreams that had yet to be erased had been dealt a heavy blow by reality. His heroic past had been criticized, and rumors had turned into sharp blades that had pierced his tired body until it was riddled with scars. This might be the end of a hero. Hey, wait a minute. Don't King add scenes for yourself. The Emperor, Empress, Bao Shiren, and many others roared in their hearts. However, this bastard was so focused on acting that no one knew how to respond. Just as the emperor was about to say something to control the situation, General Shunsei suddenly covered his mouth. There seemed to be sparkling tears in the corners of his eyes. This famous general, who had won every battle on the battlefield, seemed to be unable to control his emotions. Forgive this subject's impoliteness." There was an obvious change in his voice, as if he was crying. Then, he abruptly turned around, lowered his head, and rushed out of the hall. The officials only felt a gust of wind sweep past them. In a moment, General Shunsei was already running out of tears. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. "Fuck you, wait a minute." The emperor subconsciously reached out his hand, but he couldn't catch anything. Bao Shiren was stunned. In the awkward silence, Yen Song, who was in the crowd, lowered his head. He knew that Sun Lang had gone to put up posters. Chapter 947. The sudden turn of events almost caused everyone to twist their waist. Earlier, Bao Shiren had stepped forward to ask for 3 things. Those with eyes knew that Bao Haizi had probably received a hint from the emperor, because these 3 requests were all directed at Sun Lang. Some people were secretly delighted and rubbed their palms in preparation to support Bao Shiren. Some people sat on the sidelines and quietly decided to watch the show. Others temporarily watched and waited to see how Sun Lang would respond. They felt that what followed next would be a heated debate in court. The Shunsei general would have to make an impassioned speech and even debate with the officials, setting off a new round of disputes between factions. Thus, more people decided to wait and see. They wanted to see how much power Sun Lang had in a purely court dispute. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Sun Lang's words were very particular. He first stated that the matter of the Copper Sparrow Terrace and Qi Lianyan had already been reported to the emperor. The implication was that this was a military secret, and before there was progress, it was not appropriate to announce it in court. But Bao Shiren said no. His actions were done without justification and without supervision. This was unruly and did not conform to the basic laws. He had to make it clear and follow the rules. Sun Lang ignored him and turned to ask the emperor, "Your Majesty, what do you think we should do?" The emperor said, "I think what Bao Haizi said makes sense." And so Sun Lang cried out loud. That was about it. There was no rebuttal, no debate, no argument. Instead, he lay down and allowed himself to be controlled. He completely obeyed the organization's arrangements and handed over full authority to Bao Shiren. His words were sincere and his expression was bitter. He was very much like a tragic hero who was not understood by the emperor and had sadly chosen to be loyal to the end. Lying down, handing over authority, and acting pitiful in one go. After playing the tragic card, he turned and ran, crying all the way out of court. He was so fast that he did not give the enemy a chance to fight back. By the time everyone reacted, the general had already disappeared without a trace. The officials looked at each other and were momentarily speechless. There was such a thing? The emperor was also stunned for a moment. Unconsciously, he said, "Why aren't you chasing after him?" Chase? How were they going to chase after him? Among the officials, there were some who were skilled in Qinggong. They roughly estimated the speed at which the general rushed out of the imperial court. According to this speed, Sun Lang should have already rushed out of the gate of heaven influence. As expected, before the eunuchs could move to give chase, the imperial guards who guarded the royal palace breathed heavily as they rushed into the golden palace. When they saw the emperor sitting peacefully on the dragon chair, they let out a heavy sigh of relief. According to them, just a moment ago, they saw General Shunsei running through the palace with a giant sword that looked like a door plank on his back. In an instant, he broke through the 3rd level of the emperor's door. They couldn't stop him in time, and they didn't respond to him. They just kept rushing forward, leaving behind dust in their wake. These generals in the palace were all well informed. Combined with the general's political stance, and the fact that he left the court without permission and ran all the way, they thought that he had already taken revenge in court. Now that their thoughts were clear, they were ready to run. When they thought of this, half of their souls and 7 spirits were scared out of their wits. By the time they rushed to the Golden Hall and found that His Majesty was safe and sound, by the time they wanted to turn back and chase after him, it would have been too late. With the speed at which Sun Lang left the palace, it was likely that he would have long disappeared without a trace. Once again, His Majesty showed a frustrated expression. The Huda Kingdom was a powerful country with martial arts. Now the country was powerful and the martial arts flourished. The power and prestige of the country were above all other countries. As the emperor of the Hutu Kingdom, he was often proud of this. Because the imperial court had the imperial army, a killing weapon that could multiply the fighting power of warriors, he did not have to worry about boring things like breaking the law with martial arts. After all, no matter how powerful a warrior was, he was no match for the imperial court. But now he was a little regretful. Really, he felt that things like martial arts were sometimes very troublesome, especially for a bastard like Sun Lang who did not play by the rules. With a body of earth-shattering martial arts, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Damn it, he ran away after acting pitiful and disappeared in an instant. They could not catch up with him, could not find him, and did not even have a place to reason with him. How shameless was he! The atmosphere in the court was a little awkward. The Emperor and Bao Shiren were both caught off guard by Sun Lang's move of retreating in order to advance. This was especially so for the Emperor. At this moment, he was somewhat embarrassed because Sun Lang had run away after lying down and acting pitiful. This completely created the stage effect of the suspicion and distrust of the monarch had deeply hurt the sensitive and delicate heart of the divine strategist, which made people gnash their teeth in anger. At this moment, the loyal Bao Shiren stepped forward to resolve the emperor's embarrassment. He knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I, Bao Shiren, request to thoroughly investigate the matter of the Copper Sparrow Terrace and Qi Lianyan." The emperor took advantage of the situation and looked at Bao Shiren rather emotionally. Such a courtier really knew how to take the initiative to take the blame. He nodded and said slowly, "I am very comforted that you are loyal to the country and diligent in the affairs of the emperor. Moreover, the incident of the Copper Sparrow Terrace and Qi Lianyan's violent death are all under your jurisdiction. You have a good reason to investigate this matter as the governor of the capital city. Today, I grant you the Emperor's command flag and imperial sword to investigate this matter strictly. You must find the truth and bring the criminals to justice." Speaking of this, he thought of Sun Lang's previous performance and could not help but gritted his teeth. In order to not make today's matter too ugly, he pinched his nose and added, "General Shunsei is a founding member of the Empire and a meritorious official of Tianyuan. He is also closely related to these two matters. When you investigate the case, you must consult General Shunsei. You must treat him with respect and not be rude. Do you understand?" Bao Shiren nodded and said, "I understand." After the emperor finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at his courtiers. "What do you think?" The courtiers who were loyal to the emperor, the mediocre courtiers who were watching from the sidelines, and the rebellious courtiers who supported Sun Lang. The 3 groups of people in the imperial court actually had no objections. They all shouted together, "Our emperor is wise." A bunch of overcautious and irresponsible moths. The emperor cursed in his heart. General Tensei, who had been silent all this time, knew his father's intention. He stepped out and reported, "Father, I think it is inappropriate. The incident of the Copper Sparrow Terrace involves too many things. The death of Qi Lianyan and the fall of the 7 luminaries Sword Saint are undoubtedly 2 earth-shattering events. Although Lord Bao is a pillar of the imperial court, he is unable to attend to 2 things at once. I am afraid that he is not capable enough to handle 2 matters at once." The emperor smiled faintly. Why, my son, are you willing to share my worries? Empress bowed and said, It is my duty to share your worries. However, I have a good relationship with General Shunsei in the past. If I interfere in this matter, I am afraid that it will cause criticism. The Emperor smiled mischievously. Good relationship? What kind of relationship is it? Empress looked calm. Naturally, it is the friendship of comrades who have fought side by side and killed enemies on the battlefield. The Emperor's tone was somewhat meaningful. I remember that after the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, my son, you once, Empress said calmly, Your Majesty, let's not talk about irrelevant things in the imperial court. The Emperor was interrupted, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he showed a helpless and doting smile like a father. Okay, I know. I will not mention it. The father and daughter sang the same tune and acted out a two-man show, which surprised the courtiers. What were they doing? Only Empress knew what was going on. At this moment, she thought of her father's suggestion in the imperial palace. She thought of Sun Lang's whisper to her earlier in the day. A chill slowly rose in her heart. She didn't have the time to think carefully. She cupped her hands and said, This son believes that Lord Bao alone is unable to handle such a serious case. We need to find someone from the imperial court who is as meticulous as hair and is able to see through the smallest detail. The Emperor deliberately asked, General Tensei, who do you think is worthy of such a heavy responsibility in the imperial court? The Emperor concubine glanced at Bao Shiren. There are countless capable people in the imperial court, but the number of people who are qualified for this position is uncountable. However, since I am assisting Lord Bao in this case, I naturally have to submit to Lord Bao. Therefore, this son thinks that Lord Bao should recommend himself and let Her Majesty make a decision. General Tensei is right. The Emperor's gaze fell on Bao Shiren. Minister Bao, the inside story of the Copper Sparrow Terrace is complicated. Qi Lianyan's death is a matter of national importance. Such a big case cannot be treated lightly. I allow you to recommend people, regardless of whether they are in the imperial court or not. Bao Shiren bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I recommend 3 people. First, Empress and the Emperor echoed each other. Then, the topic shifted to the investigation candidate. Bao Shiren recommended his fellow disciples, Di Huaying of Bing County, Song Huifu of Nanping County, and their eldest senior sister Kunan. The Emperor, who thirsted for talents and was a man of great talent and bold vision, naturally had no objections. He immediately summoned the 3 for an audience. Other than Di Huaying, who was in the court, Song Huifu and Kunan had been waiting in the palace for a long time. Song Huifu was a tall man with a gloomy expression and a taciturn man. Kunan, on the other hand, was young and petite with picturesque features. By the way, after Kunan entered the imperial court, she attracted about 1/5 of the people's attention for a long time. It could be seen that the trend of the imperial court's bureaucracy was changing. Then they said some polite words. When the Emperor heard that Kunan was the eldest senior sister, he was surprised and asked how old she was. Then Kunan cried and complained that she was practicing kung fu and became like this. The Emperor lamented the poor life of the little girl and ordered some healing medicine from the imperial court. Then, he ordered the Imperial Academy of Medicine to conduct an expert consultation. In fact, he had already known about Kunan's situation. The ageless eternal spring skill could make a woman look young forever, but it was not unique in prolonging her life. For Kunan, if she kept the appearance of a child and was not cured, her vitality foundation would be greatly damaged. Otherwise, he would not have to pay such a high price to seek longevity. Then, the Emperor also learned that the 4 of them were all marquis and were the 4 famous hunters who were famous in the 6 Fan School. After several years of separation, they were reunited in the imperial court. For a moment, the Emperor was very happy. Although the Emperor's happiness was a bit strange, it was not incomprehensible. After all, the 4 famous hunters were the version of the 4 famous hunters. Now, the event was reproduced and relaunched, and he gathered all of them. Moreover, Kunan had a new face of a young girl and became Kunan Lily. Obviously, the emperor felt a sense of accomplishment. The emperor was happy for a while, and then casually rewarded them. He encouraged the 4 of them and told them to work hard. Then, he gave the retired Song Huefu and Kunan honorary titles of the 6 fan school. After they finished investigating the case, there would be other rewards. Then, he talked about the 4's master. Everyone in the imperial court reminisced about the bitterness and the sweetness. Then, as usual, they praised the marquis. For a moment, the imperial court was full of joy. The emperor and his ministers were happy. The imperial court was full of a cheerful atmosphere. In the relaxed atmosphere, the emperor sighed in his heart. As expected, after Sun Lang left, the atmosphere of the imperial court became normal again. There were no idiots who came to court with big swords. There were no bastards who talked and laughed at the imperial court. There were no traitors who mocked the emperor in public. There were no traitors who always hid evil intentions. There were no sons of bitches who unknowingly led the atmosphere of the imperial court astray. This was great. Sun Lang, it would be better if you died early. Thinking of this, the emperor turned his gaze to the 4 famous hunters who had gathered again. What awaits you is undoubtedly an extremely difficult challenge. This time, Sun Lang retreated in order to advance. He must have an incomparably fierce move. I hope you can gather your spirits and deal with it with all your strength. Distract that guy for me. Make him tired and reveal a fatal flaw. In this way, your task will be completed. The emperor's words carry enormous weight. I will also fulfill my promise and give you a great reward. Especially you, Kunan. Your meridians have reversed and your body has returned to its youth. In the mortal world, no medicine can save you. Even the strong masters are helpless. But I have a way to help you. Sun Lang thought he could persuade you to rebel. He is too naive. The emperor's thoughts were interrupted by Bao Shiren. Your Majesty, I have just reported 3 matters. Only 2 have been resolved. Since the matter of the Copper Sparrow Terrace has been entrusted to me, then the general has nothing to do in the capital. I ask your Majesty to entrust him with political matters, so as to prevent a bright pearl from being covered in dust. The emperor nodded. The Shunsei general is the pillar of the country. I naturally have to entrust him with important tasks. He has suffered for 2 years. Today, he has been wronged. I understand him. But the country has its own laws. He cannot act recklessly. For this, I am deeply ashamed and uneasy. With these words, the ministers bowed together. Your Majesty is merciful, of course. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The emperor continued, but after all, the general has been out of power for 2 years. The court is not the same as the army, and the matters are different. In addition, he is in a bad mood today. In my opinion, let him rest for a few days before entrusting him with important tasks. What do you all think? The nodding bugs continued to respond. Your Majesty is wise. Wise? Although it's just flattery, it can be said that this is a wise decision. Wise and wise, I can see through everything. The emperor's gaze passed through the dense crowd and looked outside the hall. Across the vast square, he looked at the world beyond. Sun Lang, do you think I can't guess what you want to do? I have already seen through your little ability. I am waiting. After discussing some unimportant matters, the court meeting was announced to be over. The ministers dispersed. The 4 famous hunters who had been regrouped stayed behind. They received the emperor's command flag, imperial swords, and other royal equipment. They also received the emperor's admonishment. Their mission was about to officially begin. After bidding farewell to the emperor, they left the imperial city under the guidance of the eunuch. After leaving the imperial city, the 4 of them let out a long sigh at the same time. At this time, the morning sun had already risen, and the sky was already bright. A slightly cold wind blew on the vast imperial road. The four great hunters looked at each other, and a smile that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared on their faces. Old friends had met, so they definitely had a lot to say, so there had to be wine. Di Huaying smiled. We can drink at night, but not now. Senior sister and Hui Fu are alone. Shiren and I have official business. I have to go to the Supreme Court to hand over the government affairs. Shiren also has to go back to the capital government to make arrangements. Why don't we part ways here? I will go to the Supreme Court. Senior sister and Hui Fu will go with Junior Bao. Song Hui's father looked dignified and dignified. He was born to be an official, but his eyebrows were often furrowed. He looked a little depressed, as if he had endless worries. He said faintly, I'll go with you to the Supreme Court and pay a visit to my former colleagues in the Ministry of Justice. Di Huaying thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Senior sister, what do you think? Kunan was usually a valiant and impetuous woman. Even if she encountered such a situation, her temperament would not change. At most, she would show the weakness and helplessness of a woman when she asked Sun Lang for help, crying and pleading a few words. But in front of her junior brothers, she naturally had to put on the image of a big sister. She waved her small hand. Let's do it this way. We will meet at the capital government and discuss how to deal with that big bad guy. The capital government sent a carriage to pick them up. Di Huaying and Song Hui Fu walked side by side. At this time, the sky was already bright. The city gate opened and farmers and merchants entered the capital. The shops on both sides of the street opened. Steaming hot breakfast was out of the oven. The noise of the pedestrians and the hawkers. After a night's rest, the world's most prosperous city showed its vitality again. The two bought some breakfast on the side of the street and ate as they walked. Song Huifu was a man of few words, and Di Huaying seemed to have something on her mind. Even after walking for a long distance, the two of them still didn't say a word. Di Huaying secretly glanced at her junior brother. When she was studying under her master had joked that other than her eldest senior sister, the three of them had very different personalities even though they were similar in age. It was very interesting. Because the three of them had different personalities, it was like they were the same person in three different stages of life. Bao Shiren was impulsive and stubborn. Song Hui Fu was silent and firm. Di Huaying was tactful and intelligent. Therefore, because Bao Shiren was not afraid of the powerful and daring, he had a good reputation. He was chosen by the emperor and was promoted to be the capital government official. He guarded the capital and suppressed the nobles. He enjoyed it and had a good reputation. He was loved and respected by the people. But in reality, he was just a knife in the emperor's hand. Because of this, he offended many people. In comparison, her career as an official was smoother. For 10 years, Bao Shiren could still keep pace with her. But 10 years later, or even 20 years later, things would be different. Just like what her master had said, only people with a personality like mine are suitable to be an official. And junior brother Song, his personality was not different from that of Bao Shiren. He might even be more stubborn than Bao Shiren. But after he was disappointed, he immediately left, resigned, and returned to his hometown. Bao Shiren, on the other hand, was someone who would not turn back even if he hit a wall. Once he set his mind on something, he would fight to the death. If it were other things, it would be fine. But this time, he was involved in the story of the Great Barren Mountain. He was involved in the battle between General Shun Se and the Emperor. Bao Shiren saw the other as his enemy. Unknowingly, he had become the knife in the Emperor's hand with his personality. Even if he saw through it, he would not give up. Di Huaying sighed silently. The situation now was very delicate. A few years later, the four famous hunters were reunited. The four of them once again faced the enemy side by side. The enemy was not a world-renowned divine thief, nor was it a notorious bandit. The enemy this time was more terrifying than all the opponents they had faced in the past added together. It was a character that could stand shoulder to shoulder with their master. And their team of 4 was very delicate. Junior brother Bao's will to fight was the strongest. Or rather, it was because of him. Although senior sister Ku was very arrogant, most of her hatred for Sun Lang was because he refused to treat her injuries. In other words, if Sun Lang waved at her, she might run over to his side. The worst possibility was that she had secretly reached an agreement with Sun Lang. Di Huaying did not want to talk about his own thoughts. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was what his junior brother Song, this taciturn but decisive fellow, was thinking. He had resigned and returned to his hometown. But he was summoned back by an imperial edict. Basking in the glory of his fellow disciples, he was inexplicably on the front line against General Shinsei. It was as if the blame had fallen from the sky. He was the most innocent one. He thought for a moment and finally took the initiative to say, "Junior brother Song." Song Huifu turned his head and said, "Senior brother Di." For some reason, Di Huaying had a bad feeling when he saw Song Huifu's blank face. He said carefully, "In the Golden Palace, I saw that you had a straight face and didn't like to talk much," Song Huifu said expressionlessly, "because I don't like His Majesty." He said it. Di Huaying covered his face. King knew it. He sighed and said, "Then why did you come back? First, disobeying an imperial edict is a serious crime. It will implicate one's family." Song Huifu said, "Secondly, His Majesty is very busy. He cares about the world. Why would he remember a small person like me? He ordered me to come to the capital. It must have something to do with you guys. If I didn't come, I wouldn't be at ease." Hearing this, Di Huaying was a little touched. He reached out and patted junior brother Song on the shoulder, revealing a knowing smile. The 4 of them were as close as brothers, as if they were their own flesh and blood. Therefore, even if he did not want to be enemies with Sun Lang, since junior brother Bao insisted, he would accompany him to the end. Junior brother Song must be thinking the same thing. At this moment, Song Huifu continued, "I didn't expect to come to the capital because of this. The Emperor created this problem himself and wants to use us as a shield. I've decided to give him some trouble." He said it again. Di Huaying shouted in his heart. Before he could say anything, Song Huifu stared at him and said, "Senior brother, you must be thinking the same thing, right?" Di Huaying swallowed the words he was about to say. He waved his hand and said, "Don't say it here." At this moment, Bao Shiren and Ku Nan had already returned to the capital office. Ku Nan was in a daze in her room, bored to death. Bao Shiren pushed open the door and came in. His left hand was holding a guqin and his right arm was holding a wine jar. He smiled like a child and said, "Senior sister, how can there be wine without a guqin?" Chapter 948. The atmosphere in the Copper Sparrow Terrace was gloomy. Grief and anger shrouded the brothel, and the air was filled with a gloom that could not be dissolved. Just as the sky brightened, everyone saw General Shinsei come back alone with a heavy expression. He was unhappy and ignored everyone's greetings. He silently went upstairs to his room and locked himself inside. At this time, the people guarding the Copper Sparrow Terrace were either the deputy generals and soldiers of the various armies or the employees of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Even though they were curious, no one had the guts to ask what had happened. After a while, the generals also came back cursing. Under everyone's curious and shocked gazes, the generals of the imperial court swarmed to the 7th floor. "Open the door, General, open the door. Don't be silent inside, I know you're inside." And Zhuo's slightly exaggerated shout was filled with worry and indignation. The other generals also responded in unison, but the continuous shouting and banging on the door indicated that General Sun had refused to let his subordinates in. Seeing this, The people who did not know the situation became even more puzzled. What exactly had happened? The generals shouted for a while, and then Su Dingfang's angry roar sounded. Brothers, you don't have to knock on the door. If you ask me, His Majesty did not do it properly. You have the guts to knock on the general's door, but do you dare to come with me to the palace gate to make a wish? Damn it, who is Bao Heizi, to steal the general's credit? Bao Heizi? Was it Bao Shiren, Sir Bao? Steal the credit? The matter concerned the celebrity mayor, Bao Shiren, so the crowd could not help but prick up their ears. Shan Xiongxin loudly agreed. Yes. The general has been running around for 2 years and finally succeeded in one strike at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. He caught the tail of the Sky Demon remnants and was about to show off his skills to exterminate the Sky Demon, but the Imperial Court intervened and took away this great credit. I, Shan Xiongxin, am the first to refuse to accept this. The generals were filled with anger and shouted in unison, "Let's go together! Let's go together!" At this time, an angry roar sounded out of nowhere. All of you, shut up! It was the general's voice, but it was different from the confidence in his speech on the Copper Sparrow platform. It was different from the high-spirited manner in which he had pointed out the country. At this moment, his voice was low and calm, containing an indescribable sorrow. He asked, "What do you want?" Android said loudly, "General, His Majesty has been misled by a scoundrel. The Imperial Court is unreasonable, and we are not convinced. It was you who had been running around in the past 2 years. It was you who concealed your identity. It was you who fought alone without caring about fame and fortune. You finally caught the last trace of the extraterrestrial devil. The glory and the credit all belong to you. How can the Imperial Court take it away so easily?" Sun Lang sighed and said, "The Imperial Court has its own difficulties. Hoodoo has its own national conditions. This is the law of the country. After all, this is no small matter. How can I make a decision on the spot?" Pongji said angrily. "Even so, they can't just kick you away." Sun Lang said slowly, "We Tianyuan soldiers take it as our duty to protect the country and defeat the Sky Demon. Now that the demon's traces have been revealed, and Bao Shiren is quite talented, we can follow the vine to find the melon. For me, this is enough. I didn't do this for fame and glory." Yen Song shouted, "You don't care about fame and fortune, but the Imperial Court can't be so heartless. You sacrificed so much for this matter, and in the end. Sun Lang said softly, "I'm willing." Android roared angrily, "But this is not fair. This is the injustice of the Imperial Court. The hearts of the people are treacherous. They must think that if they let the general wipe out the Sky Demon in one fell swoop, then the general's reputation will instantly rise to the top. These despicable people don't want to see the general gain the glory of this great merit, so they are spreading rumors. Even His Majesty—" "Shut up!" Sun Lang shouted. "Talking about the Imperial Court is punishable by death." Android straightened his neck and shouted, "So be it. Maybe it's not just the despicable people who are causing trouble. Maybe the Sky Demon is causing trouble. They know that if the general investigates this matter, these Sky Demon remnants will die without a burial ground. They are afraid of this, so they secretly control the court, deceive His Majesty, and attack the general. They want to take away the general's power and merit, so that the general will stay away from this matter. The general roared, "Android!" Android also roared back without fear, "Marshal! How long are you going to back down? It was like this during the war, it was like this in the Great Desolate Mountain, and it's also like this after you come back. Why can't you think more for yourself?" Sun Lang said coldly, "If every minister thinks for himself, who will be responsible for the country?" Android roared, "F*ck the country! The Imperial Court is tyrannical, and the Emperor is muddle-headed. Impudent!" A heavy voice sounded, followed by the sound of blood spurting out. The Luanfeng Tower was in chaos. Many soldiers and young ladies looked worried. They craned their necks to look at the 7th floor, but they could only see the backs of the generals. They knew nothing else. People could only hear the general's roar, androids' weak but stubborn cries, and the general's persuasion. These generals, who had fought fearlessly on the battlefield of Tianyuan, had taken off their layers of armor. They were weak and helpless like children. This was because the enemy they were facing this time could not be defeated with sword. Android's voice became very weak, but he still hissed, "Marshal, kill me with one strike. You gave me my life, and I will return it to you today. I only hope that after I die, you will dig out my eyeballs and embed them on the top floor of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. I want to see with my own eyes that you have nowhere to retreat and fall into the abyss." The general roared, "Bastard!" and Zhuo burst into tears. The other generals also rushed forward and hugged the general, crying and begging to prevent him from punching Zhuo to death in a fit of rage. In a split second, a tragic and helpless atmosphere spread out and quickly infected every floor. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes and did not know the cause and effect of the matter, they were still able to deduce the whole story from the few words. After all, some things were more believable if they were speculated by one's own mind. Whether it was the soldiers or the staff of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, they had all heard the general's speech and explanation that night. They knew that General Shunsei had raided the Copper Sparrow Terrace to do an earth-shattering thing, and that was to eliminate the last remnants of the sky demon hidden within the human race. For this reason, he had disappeared after the battle of the Great Desolate Mountain. He had cast aside the supreme glory of defeating the sky demon and returning victorious, and he had silently searched for clues in his loneliness. In order to not expose any flaws, he had not even let anyone know about this. Everyone thought that he was dead. His family, his fellow soldiers, his friends, he had sacrificed too much. However, according to what the generals had said today, could it be, not to mention the soldiers, the young ladies of the Copper Sparrow Terrace were the top socialites in the industry. Being quick-witted and quick-witted was the most basic requirement, so their logical thinking and associative abilities were extremely strong. These talented girls usually read history and were good at using history as a mirror and combining previous examples, so it was easy for them to fill in the gaps and complete the logical conclusion. Could it be that the Imperial Court has sent someone to take over the remnants of the Sky Demon? Why? Silly girl, this is the Emperor's scheming. How could His Majesty sit back and watch another prestigious general with outstanding military achievements rise? He must find a way to suppress him. Perhaps the officials of the Imperial Court have also contributed to this. Sigh, the general is good at war but not politics. The general is good at scheming but not fighting. Yesterday, he was the backbone of the country, and today, he is a skeleton in the grave. Since ancient times, there have been many examples of the Imperial Court suppressing meritorious generals. Soft sighs rose and fell one after another. All kinds of insider analysis and discussions spread out as if they had grown wings. The imperial capital was known as the most benevolent place at the foot of the emperor. It gathered the power of the world to support the city. Therefore, the political cultivation, cultural level, and economic foundation of the people in the imperial capital were quite good. The discussions on the streets and alleys were about the country's politics. It seemed that even the ruffians in the marketplace knew the policies of the martial arts hall like the back of their hands. This was the case for the commoners, and it was even more so for the top socialites. These young ladies usually came into contact with a group of the most respected and powerful people in the country. Over time, under the influence of the influence, some things could be said clearly and logically, and their analysis of the truth was not far from the truth. Some people began to feel indignant. The imperial court is indeed not doing the right thing. The general is a little too blindly loyal. This kind of thing should be argued for. After all, it was the Ho-Tu kingdom. The people worshipped martial arts and advocated fighting. From top to bottom, there was a decisive and murderous aura. There was not much of a market for the saying, "If the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has to die." Even the more effeminate literati mostly advocated, "If the emperor wants the subject to be courteous, the subject must be loyal to the emperor." Only a few shameless fellows would coyly say, "If the emperor does not understand, the subject cannot be disloyal. If the father is not kind, the son cannot be unfilial," and so on. They had to risk being ridiculed. "Are the emperor and your father's balls easy to lick?" And *ck your mother, how can righteousness and filial piety be mentioned in the same breath? Therefore, based on this social atmosphere, even the soft young ladies in the brothel had a kind of heroic spirit to fight against the heavens and earth. They certainly felt that the imperial court's method of burning the bridge after crossing the river was too much, but they were also angry at the general's behavior of lying down and allowing himself to be manipulated. Why not argue for what is right? Why not have a fight in the imperial court? After all, there were often fights in the Golden Palace. The officials of the 6 ministries fought each other, the civil officials and generals fought each other, the censorate counterattacked, and the local officials came to the capital to cause trouble. These stories of the imperial court were often spread out every now and then, feeding countless storytellers and writers who made a living from them. For example, a certain expert of the Ministry of Justice punched someone 16 times and made him vomit blood. Afterward, the imperial physician said that the injury was only minor. A certain envoy of the kingdom of acute metal was involved in a fight in the imperial court and struggled to survive the aftershock of the palm wind and the fist aura. It left a very deep psychological shadow in him. And so on. Therefore, in the eyes of the simple people of the empire, fighting in the imperial court was not a problem at all. If the general was wronged in the imperial court, he should beat them up first. But soon, the general answered their doubts. After a burst of crying and shouting on the 7th floor, the general's low voice slowly rang out, "Do you think that I am willing? Do you think that I am willing? But I have no choice. When I called you to attack the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, I privately mobilized troops in the capital. According to the laws of the empire, this is already a great taboo. You think that I should argue for what is right, that I should fight to the end? Then I would like to ask, if our enemies use this as an excuse to investigate the crime of privately gathering troops, what should I do? Answer me? This is not a small crime. This is a crime that will lead to dismissal and punishment. Severe punishment and execution are also not a problem. When the time comes, you are all arrested and imprisoned. What should I do? Is this a problem that can be solved by fighting in the imperial court? Is this a problem that can be solved by arguing for what is right? What should I do then? Should I break out of prison, or should I directly rebel? What do you think?" His voice gradually became more and more intense, containing anger and unwillingness that he could not suppress. But soon, his voice gradually lowered and became relieved again. "So, this is enough. If I retreat, I can at least make them lose face and be unable to continue attacking. Compared to the so-called honor and merit, I want to protect all of you first. I have to protect myself first. Only then will I have the chance to continue fighting. That's all. The so-called merit is actually not that important. So let's disperse. Don't make a fuss." In the deathly silence, someone suddenly shouted and madly rushed down the stairs. Even more generals moved with heavy footsteps and left step by step. The atmosphere of solemnity and helplessness was further embellished. Because of the outstanding skills of the actors, the spectators felt their chests tighten. A feeling of injustice gradually arose. And on the 7th floor, Sun Lang gave Yen Song and the others a look. "Have you all memorized it?" The literati, who had been born as civil officials, gave him a thumbs up. At this time, they were bent over their desks and rapidly writing, recording all the bitter drama that had just happened. They had all been influenced by the general and received the baptism of this person's explosive propaganda skills from the information age. They knew how to bring the rhythm to a brilliant and varied scene. The dramatic story just now, as well as Sun Lang's closed door writing about the capital governor, these things would set off an even greater frenzy in the imperial capital. Although the natives of the other world also understood the principle of preventing the mouths of the people from spreading, they were still ignorant and did not truly realize the enormous energy and power that the people contained. Although the wisdom of the people was not yet developed, although the ruling class still had an overwhelming advantage, the power of the people could still be easily borrowed under certain special circumstances, for example, when there was a traitor in the ruling class. Bao Shiren probably did not know that the moment the Shunsei general ran out of the court in tears, the confrontation between him and Sun Lang had officially begun. Creating pressure and rhythm from the outside was only one part of the layout. This was the work of the civil officials, while the generals had other tasks. Shan Xiongxin, Su Dingfang, Pan Mei, and the others went downstairs with angry faces. People wisely avoided them to avoid bumping into the muzzle of the gun. The generals scattered in all directions, each with an unfriendly expression, as if they were saying, "I want to cause trouble." After today's drama, the people at the Copper Sparrow Terrace all had different feelings. Although there were many who felt that the general had been wronged, there were also many who were secretly happy. For example, the people with vested interests, the managers of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. They were the high-ranking employees of the shareholders of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. In the end, they were beaten dizzy by the Shunsei general's tortoise fists. Naturally, they were angry but did not dare to say anything. Now that they heard that Sun Lang had been beaten in the court, they were naturally pleasantly surprised. They did not believe that there was a sky demon hidden in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Now that the situation in the court had changed, it was likely that the officials had begun to show their strength. In other words, this dark cloud was about to disperse. But just as they were incomparably happy and secretly praying to the heavens, the door of the room was violently pushed open. A ferocious-looking, murderous-looking ruffian entered with a sword in his hand. The murderous aura from the Tianyuan battlefield made the managers' faces turn pale. The ruffian's orders were simple and crude, and they were more or less the same. "I don't care about Blackie Bao. You better know what's good for you." This was the more crude Shan Xiongxin. "I'll let you know, sir. Although the court has already made a decision, the Copper Sparrow Terrace is still the general's property." His Majesty also admitted this in front of all the officials before the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As the saying goes, a ruler does not joke about his words. Do you understand what I'm saying? Remember to give some orders to the girls under your command. This was the more gentlemanly Su Dingfang. "Sai, what do you think this is called? You also have a conscience. You also put yourself in my shoes. Can you tolerate this kind of thing? Anyway, I can't tolerate it. You should feel angry, right? My life was saved by the general. I regard him as my family. When my family is wronged, I have to stand up for him and fight for him. You can understand this feeling, can't you? You also have a family, don't you? You should understand this feeling of protecting your family, right? Well, you also have a family. That's good. We've reached a consensus. You see, it's very simple. We all have families, but you are different from me. The difference is that your family may fall into my hands at any time. So, you have to do whatever I ask you to do." This was the android that he was best at playing, having learned some of Sun Lang's teachings. 1 spread to 10 and 10 to 100. The news spread very quickly. Needless to say, the generals and soldiers held a meeting directly. The officers and soldiers of all levels unified their thoughts and learned the advanced spirit conveyed in the meeting. They were determined to unite closely around the general and fight against the evil forces of the court. The staff of the Copper Sparrow Terrace also had people who hinted and made arrangements. The soldiers acted as quickly as possible. They wanted to build the Copper Sparrow Terrace into a solid fortress that could not be penetrated by anything. They wanted to show that despicable Bao what they were made of. On the 7th floor, Yen Song, who was writing furiously, suddenly raised his head. "Is this arrangement useful?" Sun Lang said lightly. "That depends on what it is useful for. The composition of the Copper Sparrow Terrace is very complicated. This is the Emperor's property. Many big shots in the court have a stake in it. They have been operating here for a long time. Perhaps some inconspicuous servant is a spy who has been carefully placed here. Perhaps he has already received orders. When Bao Shiren comes in to investigate, this brave person will step forward and boldly accuse Bao Qingtian of all my crimes. Speaking of this," he laughed, "don't underestimate the Emperor. Although our Emperor is a little old now and his energy is no longer focused on national politics, he is still the Emperor. He is the supreme ruler of the world and has a great advantage. He has an endless number of chess pieces." Pongji glanced at him and frowned. "Then why did you give in?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "This is a game of chess. What we need to ensure is the final victory, and not be obsessed with eating every piece of the other party's chess pieces. Occasionally, if we let him make a move, perhaps it will be even better." Pongji said, "Open? You said it yourself. The chess pieces that the Emperor and others have placed here may have already received the news and are preparing to slander and accuse you to Bao Shiren. Not only did they take down a chess piece, but a fierce attack is coming. How are you going to deal with it?" "Of course I will deal with whatever comes my way. Don't worry. The person in charge of the investigation this time is Bao Shiren." Sun Lang smiled meaningfully. "People like Bao Haizi are actually the easiest to deal with. The Emperor wants to use him as a weapon, but whether or not he can do it is still a problem. After all, I am very good at snatching weapons with my bare hands." At the same time, Di Huaying handed over her work. Song Huifu paid a visit to his old colleague. After a secret meeting, the two quietly arrived at the capital office. In front of the door, Di Huaying tilted her head and looked at her junior brother. "What do we do next?" Song Huifu said, "Go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace." Di Huaying frowned. "The general is not easy to deal with." "I know." Song Huifu nodded. "That is why we have to encourage Bao Haizi to go. Let him hit his head and bleed first." Chapter 949. That's why we need to instigate Junior Bao to go. We'll make him bleed first. Official Song said. Di Huaying looked at Junior Brother Song's slightly wooden square face and couldn't help but shiver. This kind of seemingly honest guy was really hard to guard against when he played dirty. At this time, Di Darren had yet to complete his mental preparation. Although he was silently critical of the Emperor's intentions and actions, he still decided to help his junior apprentice brother Bao out of brotherhood and friendship. At this time, he was in a state of being straightforward and not as fierce as Song Huifu. Therefore, he was still hesitant. "This isn't too good," Official Song said lightly. "What's not good about it?" "There are countless civil and military officials in the court. Why did the Emperor only choose him as a general? It must be because when Commander of War returned to the capital, he was the first to rush up and get beaten up. Not only did he get beaten up, but he also persevered. Then, the Emperor found out that there was such a rash person." Di Huaying shook his head and smiled bitterly. "His Majesty didn't choose him just for this reason. More importantly, the four of us are Master's disciples," Song Huifu said lightly. "I know, but Junior Bao got beaten up a few times." "That's right." Official D nodded. "That's right, then there's no problem at all." Official Song said, "Since he got beaten up a few times, then it's okay to get beaten up again. Let's test Commander of War first and let Junior Bao wake up." Di Huaying was the oldest. Although he was tactful and smart, He was also the most honest. Hearing this, he still couldn't bear it. After all, it was not right for two senior brothers to gang up on their junior brother. Song Huefu looked at him. Senior brother, do you want to see Junior Bao become the Emperor's sword and then be broken by Sun Lang? Do you want us to become the Emperor's pawns? Do you want Master to come out and fight with Commander of War because of the four of us? Di Huaying sighed. Of course not. Official Song nodded. If that's the case, then I'll be the bad guy. Di Huaying asked cautiously, what are you planning to do? Coaxing him to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace to get beaten up, Song Huefu answered. And at the same time, testing Sun Lang. Di Huaying said, Junior brother Bao has already suffered a few losses at the hands of Sun Lang. He knows that the Copper Sparrow Terrace is like an iron bucket and cannot be defeated. Why would he recklessly go up there? Of course. Why? Song Huefu said expressionlessly, because I'm good at lying. He's stupid. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the door of the capital office. Di Huaying shook her head and could only follow. After the two of them gave their names, they were immediately respectfully invited in by the Yamen runners. Since they were Lord Bao's fellow disciples and also high-ranking officials in the court, they were naturally honored guests among honored guests. The two of them were invited to the back hall. The melodious sound of the guqin gradually became clearer. In the courtyard, Bao Shiren was plucking the strings of the guqin. Kunan was sitting at the side. Guqin, a famous scholar, and a little beauty. What a leisurely scene. Seeing the two of them enter, the sound of the guqin dropped a few pitches and then dissipated. Bao Shiren pushed the guqin and stood up. He took a few steps forward and bowed. My two elder brothers, I've been waiting for a long time. Master Shiren, a master of both music and wine. Di Huaying was in a good mood. She pointed at Bao Shiren and laughed. Song Huefu only patted her shoulder silently as a greeting. His wooden expression and steady movements outlined the image of a quiet, reliable, and inarticulate simple man. Di Huaying glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Kunan was still sitting on the stone bench with her legs crossed in boredom. She used her hand to support her chin and looked at the friendship between the men. She pouted and said, so slow. After the three of them met, they walked over together. Song Huefu was the latest to return to the capital. Unlike the other three, he had already met them. After sitting down, he asked, Senior sister's injury, is there still no progress? Kunan showed an angry expression. Her face was flushed red. She waved her two small hands like an angry kitten. Of course there's progress. The person who has the most hope of curing me is Sun Lang. Song Huefu nodded. It seems like he rejected you. Why? Kunan became even angrier. She said angrily, because he's a shameless lecher. Song Huefu was stunned at first. Then he said, a lecher made such a request? That can't be right, senior sister. I remember you said before that you want to marry a great hero who is good at martial arts, talented, handsome, and has power. His achievements in battle will surpass the 6 armies and bring glory to Tianyuan. He is a dragon or phoenix among men. Kunen raised her eyebrows and said, I want to marry him and he took the initiative to threaten me. Is that the same thing? Since I already know that he's a scoundrel, how can I let myself fall into the fire pit? Song Huefu thought for a while and said, that's not right. When I was the disciplinary officer, I heard about the official affairs of the world. In the past 10 years, Commander of War has the best reputation among the generals of Tianyuan. Not only is he good at dealing with people, but he also abides by etiquette when it comes to relationships between men and women. Despite his high position and power, he has never had a scandal with any woman. Not only that, he's deeply loved and respected by the wives of the generals. He often mediates their family disputes. The female generals of Tianyuan also hold him in high esteem. Kunan stared and said, What do you mean? Song Huefu said calmly. What I mean is that there must be a reason behind the rumors. Either he's really a gentleman, or he's hiding it very well. But no matter which possibility it is, he wouldn't be so lustful. I'm afraid there's more to this matter. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to cure senior sister first and then force her to repay him? He stared straight at Conan like a swamp-leaping fish. Miss Cunan was a little flustered under such a gaze. In addition, Bao Shiren and Di Huaying were also looking at her suspiciously. She was anxious and simply threw caution to the wind. She slammed the table hard and shouted with a red face, "That lecher doesn't want me to accompany him after I'm cured. He wants me to accompany him in this appearance first. Don't you three bastards understand? So that's it. Then it can be explained clearly. Why did the general not get close to women? Why didn't he get close to the flowers? Why didn't he show any interest in the female generals of Tianyuan? If this is the reason, it can be completely explained. The general of Shunsei likes young girls. It must be pointed out that the empire was founded on martial arts. This kind of martial arts culture affected the country and the people in all aspects. Advocating strength meant that the people were tyrannical. In terms of sex, it was reflected in that people preferred tall and straightforward women and graceful ladies. Only sissies would *ck little girls. Ordinary people's first choice was still tall and elegant beauties, and the bravest tough guys were always *king men. Therefore, the market for lolicons was not very big. Just like today's morning court, when they saw the delicate and beautiful Cunan, only about 1/5 of the courtiers showed curiosity and amazement, and even fewer people showed interest in her. That was about it. In the empire of Hudu, being a lolicon was a very shameful thing. Therefore, just like in traditional countries with strict regulations, it was very shameful to talk about the orientation and hobbies of lolicons in a country like the empire of Hudu. Although the four of them were from the same sect, there was a difference between men and women after all. Besides, Cunan was the female lead of this matter. Di Huaying and Bao Shiren, who considered themselves cultured people, naturally felt very embarrassed and intended to skip the topic without leaving a trace. Song Huefu, on the other hand, lowered his head and apologized solemnly. I see. Senior sister, I'm rude and ignorant of the ways of the world. I apologize if I have offended you. Cunan glared at him angrily. If you were not my junior brother, I would have beaten you to death. Just like that, this little dispute and doubt vanished into thin air. At least that was what it seemed to be. Because although Song Huefu, one of the parties involved, maintained a dull expression, his eyes became playful when he lowered his head and apologized. Like young girls? Senior sister, you definitely don't know about the common characteristics of the female generals who are closest to commander of war, and you definitely don't know about the rumors circulating in the Army of Heaven's origin. So, between you and Sun Lang, who is lying? Cunan seemed to be in a hurry to change the topic. She slapped the table and said, All right, I'm very angry when I talk about that matter. Sun Lang, that bastard, is really lazy and rude. He is a pervert who covets and coerces me. I have to pay him back for the humiliation I suffered. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and have given me such a chance. Speaking up to this point, she said fiercely, This time, I've been ordered to investigate the case. I must teach Sun Lang a lesson. Bao Shiren sighed and said, Senior sister, we still need evidence. This battle is not easy to fight. Song Huefu nodded and said, We have an imperial order and a personal grudge. No matter what, we have to fight Sun Lang. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to lend you a hand. After he finished speaking, he signaled to Di Huaying with his eyes. Di Huaying had no choice but to pinch his nose and reluctantly agree. After Sun Lang returned to the capital, he was arrogant and domineering. He looked down on the emperor, conspired against the law, threatened the country, and did all kinds of unrighteous things. We should stand up and stop him. Kunan waved her fist and concluded, "In short, we have to drag him down." Bao Shiren, who had been silent all this time, hesitated and said softly, "Senior sister, senior brothers, we have to investigate a case. The process must be fair and impartial. We can't have any selfish motives." When Song Huifu heard this, he immediately glared and said, "Junior brother, what are you saying? His Majesty has already issued an imperial edict. With Sun Lang's position and status, how could you not know what the Emperor's intentions are? We all have an imperial order. Do you want to disobey it?" Kunen also said, "Junior brother, I know that you and Sun Lang are old friends. I also know that you value friendship and righteousness. But at a time like this, you can't have any selfish motives. Don't flirt with him." Di Huaying had to express her opinion under the gaze of the two. "Junior brother, I also have to say something. At a critical time like this, you must be firm in your belief. Don't be half-hearted." Faced with the earnest advice of his three fellow disciples, Bao Shiren seemed to feel that something was not right. He said, "No, the imperial order is one thing, investigating a case is another. No matter what, we have to be fair." Song Huifu heard this and laughed. He said, "Fair? All right, since the four of us are here, let's discuss it here." Hearing this, Bao Shiren could only put aside the small thoughts in his heart. The four of them sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Lord Song dipped his tea into his cup and began to scribble on the table. There are two cases. The first is the inside story of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The second is the death of Qi Lianyan. The former is very complicated, while the latter is relatively simple. There are four of us and there are two cases. Should they be difficult first and then easy, or should they be easy and then difficult? Di Huaying said, "There isn't much difference. These two cases seem to be independent, but there are many similarities. First, they are both related to General Shunsei, Sun Lang. No matter where we start the investigation, we can't avoid General Sun Lang. Second, according to General Shunsei himself, these two cases are related to a deeper and darker conspiracy. Junior brother Bao, you should know this better than anyone else, right?" Bao Shiren heard this and his expression darkened. He nodded and said, "Yes. According to Sun Lang, there are remnants of the Sky Demon hiding in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, and Qi Lianyan was killed by the mastermind who instigated him to come here." Kunan asked, "I heard that you were present both times. Is that true?" "Of course," Lord Bao answered honestly. He believed that the friendship between the four of them was more precious than gold. They treated each other with sincerity and were as close as brothers. They were friends who could challenge an epic boss together. As a result, he directly replied, "I am 70% certain that the matter of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion was Sun Lang's nonsense. From the beginning to the end, that matter was his scheme to stir up the imperial court and establish his prestige. He made up such a great lie in order to deceive the people of the world." The four of them brainstormed quickly. They were all once quick-witted members of the government. Since they were from the same sect, they were also colleagues. They had a deep understanding of each other and communicated very quickly. Song Huifu immediately thought of the most important point. Since ancient times, the art of lying has been to use both truth and falsehood. Using the truth to cover up a lie is because the cost of fabricating a pure lie is too great. False things can't fool the world. Small lies need to be covered up with small truths, while big lies need to be covered up with big facts. Sun Lang made up such a big lie so naturally, he must have some shocking facts to back it up. What is it? When Bao Shiren heard this, his face became even more gloomy. The veins on his hands that were placed on the table bulged. The three of them who were familiar with his temperament knew that Bao Shiren was extremely angry at this moment. He slowly said, "The most important evidence is the evidence of the crimes buried at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. That is the capital's #1 brothel. It is a place where the officials and nobles have fun. Those disgusting vermin, those despicable scum, they were blinded by power and wealth. Their souls have fallen. They treated people as playthings and their fellow citizens as pigs and dogs. In those underground chambers, there are traces of their torture and bloodthirstiness. I have seen it with my own eyes. Based on that evidence, it is not an exaggeration to say that those sinners have become devils. The three of them looked at each other and their expressions changed. Lord Song asked, "Is it real evidence or fake?" Bao Shiren slowly said, "It is real. I have checked it. It can't be fake." Di Huaying pondered for a moment. He had already figured out the crux of the matter. He knocked on the table and said softly, "It must be real. Otherwise, how can Sun Lang threaten the families of those sinners?" Bao Shiren gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Brother Di, you are wise. Sun Lang is indeed planning to do this." "Good plan." Di Huaying sighed. This matter was originally a heinous crime of those scum abusing their fellow citizens. It was an evil act that went against human morals. However, in Sun Lang's hands, it became solid evidence of the remnants of the sky demon corrupting humans and infiltrating the empire. After all, how can humans do such a thing? Only those who have been seduced and possessed by the sky demon would be so cruel and bloodthirsty, he said calmly, especially those large and prestigious families. If such a deranged, bloodthirsty, and evil creature were to appear in their family, the family's reputation would definitely plummet. Because the person who leaked this news was Sun Lang, they had no way of suppressing public opinion and diluting this matter. With General Sikong's methods and temperament, their reputation would definitely be completely ruined, Song Huifu continued. Therefore, there's only one path left for those families. If they can't admit that there's such a scum in their family, they can only agree with the general's explanation and say that this family member's mind has been taken over by the heavenly demon. Although this will cause them to lose some face, it won't hurt them too much. Furthermore, if they do it well, their family's reputation will rise another level. Bao Shiren remained silent. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Conan sighed. This way, through the ironclad evidence in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion and the list of names obtained through torture, Sun Lang will immediately capture a large number of families who were forced to support him. This kind of alliance is originally extremely fragile because those families are completely unwilling. However, the crux of the problem is, Junior Brother Bao, you have to investigate this matter. Di Huaying also sighed. You have to expose Sun Lang's scam. This also means that you have to restore the truth. Those people acted like animals based on their own will, and not because they were bewitched by the sky demon. This is the truth that you want to restore. Song Huifu said calmly. Then those large families will madly become your enemy. Bao Shiren said in a low voice, This matter was far more difficult than he had imagined. If he was alone, then what was the point of fighting to the end? For his ideals and beliefs, why would he be afraid of death? However, his senior brother and senior sister were still involved. It's very difficult, isn't it? General Shen's stratagem is truly amazing. Di Huaying sighed and said, The Copper Sparrow Pavilion is His Majesty's property. How could the current emperor not know about these heartless things? Perhaps it was because of his indulgence that Sun Lang succeeded in one strike. Now that he has his weakness, he wants us to deal with the aftermath. As he said this, he suddenly saw Song Huifu give him a subtle thumbs up. Lord Di was startled and hurriedly looked at Bao Shiren. Lord Bao didn't see this scene. He had his head lowered and was deep in thought. After Lord Song gave Lord Di a thumbs up, he immediately took over and dealt a blow to his junior brother's belief. He said, We've already clarified the main points of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion incident. Let's talk about Qi Lianyan's death. This matter is even more obvious than the Copper Sparrow Pavilion incident. He said, I've read the dossier that Senior Brother Di gave me last night. It was Qi Lianyan who came to provoke us. It was Qi Lianyan who openly sowed discord. How did he become the 7 luminaries' sword sage secretly nurtured by the imperial court in the blink of an eye? Who nurtured him? And who sent him to find Sun Lang? Lord Song's eyes shone with a sharp light. The motive of the mastermind behind Qi Lianyan's actions is very clear. After the Copper Sparrow Pavilion incident, Sun Lang had always been away from the imperial court. Qi Lianyan came to provoke him in public in order to force him to show himself and drag him into the mortal world. He wanted to drag him into the imperial court and investigate the cause and effect of his actions. This is clearly a retaliation against the Copper Sparrow Pavilion incident. The one who is most anxious about the mutiny at the Copper Sparrow Terrace has the most motive. Among these people with the most motive, who has the power to make a 7 luminaries sword saint work for him? Who can make Qi Lianyan not dare to speak his name? And who can kill Qi Lianyan in front of Sun Lang so easily? Song Huifu took a deep breath and said calmly, "That person is, senior brother." Bao Shiren shouted, interrupting Song Huifu. "What?" Lord Song's eyes were distant. "Are you afraid?" Bao Shiren clenched his fist. Song Huifu continued, "You still don't know the real reason why I resigned and returned to my hometown. It seems that this time you will be in the same predicament as me. Is the truth the most important thing? The Emperor asked you to investigate the truth. Putting aside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion incident, how are you going to report the matter of Qi Lianyan? You see, we can deduce the cause and effect of the incident with just a little analysis. Can't the civil and military officials of the imperial court see through it? But so what if they see through it? Take the filth hidden in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion for example. If Sun Lang said it was a remnant of the Sky Demon, many people would agree with him. Do they believe him? They have no choice but to believe him. This is even more so for the matter of Qi Lianyan. How are you going to investigate? How are you going to report it? What can you do even if you find out the truth? Are you going to tell the truth in front of the civil and military officials of the imperial court? Are you going to say that His Majesty sent Qi Lianyan to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion to pick a fight, but he was too incompetent and was forced into a corner by Sun Lang, and was killed before he could say your name? Or, Lord Song said calmly, or perhaps you are going to figure out the Emperor's intention and push all the blame on Sun Lang. After all, the Emperor wants to deal with him. You don't like him either, right? Bao Shiren stood up abruptly. Of course not. Lord Song looked at him. Then how are you going to win? Lord Bao gritted his teeth. Things in this world are difficult to achieve. I just want to have a clear conscience. What if things get worse? What do you mean? Can't you see? Lord Song said calmly. It has been a few days since the incident at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Sun Lang has the name list and evidence, but he didn't contact the big families at all. He didn't even argue with them this morning. Instead, he chose to retreat in order to advance. Let me ask you, Sun Lang has fought hundreds of battles. Has there ever been a precedent of him retreating without a fight? Bao Shiren took a step back and said in surprise, You mean? Song Huifu glanced at him. He was waiting for you. Shiren, here's the question. What does he want you to find out? Lord Bao's back was drenched in cold sweat. After Lord Song finished speaking, he stood up. I'm going out. Bao Shiren was stunned. He asked subconsciously, Where are you going, senior brother? Song Huifu said calmly, I'm going to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. I want to meet General Shinsei personally. I want to test him and see what he wants. Bao Shiren said without thinking, I'm going too. Di Huaying suddenly raised his head. I've been tricked. He looked at Song Huifu. Junior Marshal Brother Song was still expressionless, but when Conan and Bao Shiren weren't paying attention, he quickly blinked his left eye at Di Huaying. Although he was still expressionless, Di Huaying didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he seemed to see pride and cunning on his face. Chapter 950. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Lord Song, who had succeeded in his scheme, looked at the three people in the room. Everyone should be mentally prepared. During the morning court session, Sun Lang retreated in order to advance. He accepted all of Junior Bao's accusations and doubts. He should be walking the path of sorrow. If I'm not wrong, after returning to the Copper Sparrow Terrace early, he has already started to build momentum. That is to say, the Copper Sparrow Terrace is now a tiger's den. After he finished speaking, he looked at Bao Shiren and hesitated for a moment. Junior Bao, you and Sun Lang have a grudge. Today's morning court session was also caused by you. Why don't you? Lord Bao said proudly. Senior Bao's words are wrong. Since it was caused by me, how can I stay out of it and let you go into danger alone? Good brother. Lord Song nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Kunan. Eldest senior sister? Kunan said directly, I'm not going. Her objection was reasonable. She had already had a conflict with Sun Lang, and the point of conflict was that kind of embarrassing thing between a man and a woman. The two of them had almost torn apart all pretenses of cordiality. How could she be willing to pinch her nose and enter the tiger's den again, and be ridiculed by Sun Lang in all sorts of ways? Song Huifu nodded. I understand. You don't need to go. Since that's the case, you can rest in the residence for a while. The three of us will go and talk to General Shinsei. Kunan raised her eyebrows. You make it sound like I'm useless. If I don't want to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, why should I stay in the capital office? Are you looking down on me? Song Huifu's face was still expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. Then what is your opinion, eldest senior sister? Kunan jumped onto the stone bench and stepped on the stone table with one leg. Even in this position, she could only barely look at Song Huifu. Miss Ku snorted. There are two cases. You went to test Sun Lang for the first case. Why can't I investigate the second case? Song Huifu frowned and said, Senior sister, you're saying, the cause of Qi Lianyan's death was that he stopped Shen Yaohua's carriage in the middle of the street and kept pestering her. Later, 3 disciples of the Sun family of River East saw him and secretly notified the Copper Sparrow Terrace, which led to the arrival of Sun Lang's soldiers. Then, Qi Lianyan brandished his holy sword in the middle of the street and started a fight, which led to Sun Lang's appearance. Kunan snapped her fingers and said, among the 2 groups of people who first came into contact with Qi Lianyan, the Sun family of Jiangdong and Sun Lang have been flirting with each other. If there is no accident, it is very likely that they will put Sun Lang into the genealogy. Perhaps it is impossible to get anything out of these 3 people. Besides the 3 of them, the only witnesses at that time are Shen Yaohua and her brother. This may be a breakthrough, Lord Song said, but as far as I know, this matter has little to do with the Shen siblings. Maybe it does. Anyway, there is no harm in paying a visit. After all, don't forget whose wife Shen Yaohua is. Kunan revealed a meaningful look and said, there is more to it than meets the eye. The 4 people's expressions turned serious at the same time. The Tianyuan chaotic war lasted for decades and ended in the Great Barren Mountain. That earth-shattering battle brought peace to the world, but it was shrouded in endless fog. Everyone only knew that hundreds of thousands of heroes had completely defeated the Sky Demon at the cost of blood and lives, but no one knew the specific details. They didn't even know how the battle was won, nor did they know what happened on the final battlefield full of blood and fire. It was precisely because of the mystery and the unknown that people were interested in talking about it. In the past 2 years, there had been endless debates and so-called truths about the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain. While the countries were crazily inquiring for information, they were also trying their best to spread the truth. They regarded the Hutu Empire as an imaginary enemy and spared no effort in slandering the empire. The people wrote books, the government set up monuments, and the reactionary forces didn't give up on the idea of destroying the Hutu Empire. The despicable and insidious Hutu emperor carried out the selfish practices of their lamentable palace. When they were about to win, they killed the greatest contributor because the heroes were the people's heroes and not the emperor's heroes. In order to maintain his rule and reputation, the emperor killed the heroes and let the invincible marshal die from a dagger in the back in the final battle. Such a saying gradually rose and spread overseas. Because of the deliberate dilution and information control of the court, the freedom of speech in the Imperium was naturally not as great as in other countries. However, everybody had brains and mouths, and the court couldn't control what they said in private. Naturally, some things became more and more intense. Kunan and the other 3 disciples of his sect were all Wu Ho's favorite disciples. They were all extraordinarily intelligent talent. Naturally, they knew what happened on the Great Barren Mountain. Right now, the most widespread consensus was that after the victory of the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, the commander of war, Jiaing, was immediately attacked by the remaining soldiers of the Heaven's Origin sector. The 2 parties fought each other and broke up. The army of the Imperium was annihilated, and the commander of war disappeared. The Battle of the Great Barren Mountain came to an end. That was the most basic consensus. On top of that, everybody's disagreement or curiosity was how many of the 300,000 elites of the Imperium were killed by the Sky Demon, and how many of them were killed by Jiaing. It was an extremely awkward question that might never have an answer. For most people in this country, an answer that had no answer was the best answer. There were no schemes, no betrayals, and all the soldiers died in the final battle as heroes who brought peace to the earth Hutu. But some people were not willing to accept that. For example, Qi Lianyan, who spoke arrogantly in public. For example, Xin Yaohua, Kunan said slowly. I'm told that Xin Yaohua's brother was detained by the Copper Sparrow Pavilion for a night and was not released until she went there in person. Before that, nobody knew the identity of her brother. In the quarrel with Qi Lianyan that followed, Xin Yaohua's brother showed hostility to Sun Lang, too. None of the other 3 said anything. They already knew what Kunan was up to. Senior sister, Song Huifu said, this is not a secret we can easily get involved in. Don't let anger get to your head. Kunan waved her hand and said, Okay, I know what I'm doing. I won't pry into things I shouldn't know. I'm just going to investigate a case. Also, Xin Yaohua is an old friend of mine. It's just that something happened to us later, so we haven't seen each other since. At this point, her expression became slightly sad. Fate was unpredictable, and fate made fools of people. Xin Yaohua lost her lover, and she was reborn overnight. The little girl sighed and said, It's good to see her. Song Huifu glanced at his senior sister and said to Di Huaying, Senior brother, Junior brother Bao and I will go to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. You go with senior sister Ku. Kunan waved her hand and said, No need, I'll let my brother accompany me. Song Huifu shook his head and said, No, the 2 of you haven't returned to the capital for a long time. Brother Ku doesn't have an official position. It's better to let senior brother Di, a famous official from the Supreme Court, accompany her. It's safer. Kunan didn't refuse anymore and said, Okay, my brother's brain is numb from training. With junior brother Di around, we can talk things over. Di Huaying received a signal from Song Huifu. It was obvious that he meant, keep an eye on senior sister Ku. Di Huaying understood junior brother Song's signal, and quickly understood what he meant. Junior brother, you can see it too. Di Huaying smiled bitterly in his heart. The 4 of them were reunited after so many years to receive the Emperor's order to face a strong enemy. They should work together, but each of them had their own thoughts. Junior brother Bao was focused on solving the case, but he was faced with a dilemma. Junior brother Song was hostile to the Emperor and was dissatisfied with him, but senior sister Ku's situation was more complicated. Senior sister, are you a spy who was instigated by Sun Lang, or a chess piece who was recruited by the Empress? What's your real purpose in looking for Xin Yaohua? Who ordered you to do so? And junior brother Song. Di Huaying glanced at Song Huifu. His expression seemed to have never changed, as if nothing in the world could move him. Junior brother Song had always been like this since he was a child. However, Di Huaying could see that junior brother Song was different now. Under his wooden face, there was a surging flame. He didn't hesitate to express his dissatisfaction with the Emperor, and he didn't hide his intention to cause trouble for the Emperor. Junior brother, what are you thinking? What do you want to do? Di Huaying was puzzled, but he knew that even if he asked directly, Song Huifu would avoid answering. Things had changed, and people had changed. They were no longer carefree teenagers. Senior sister could return to her youth overnight, and only she knew the pain. Junior brother Song angrily resigned and returned to the countryside. Junior brother Bao became the governor of the capital. He was not afraid of the strong, and he persisted in his ideals and belief. However, the officialdom was originally a pitch-black quagmire. The deeper one went, the more darkness one would see. In the dead of the night, the young governor of the capital would inevitably sigh at the moon, and his heart would be at a loss. And himself? What about himself? Di Huaying laughed bitterly in his heart. In the past, Wu Ho had said that he was the most suitable person to be an official out of the four of them. However, Di Huaying knew that this was not praise or encouragement, but a reminder and a sigh. After so many years in the officialdom, he was becoming more and more intelligent and was becoming more and more like an official. Di Huaying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a heavy heart, the four of them separated into two groups. There was a carriage in the capital office, but it was purposely removed from the official's mark. There were no bailiffs or bodyguards accompanying them, and only a driver was called to drive the carriage. Bao Shiren and Song Huifu sat in the carriage, looking at each other without saying a word. Bao Shiren's hot blood had cooled down, and he immediately felt uneasy. According to his original intention, he did not want to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace today. After all, he understood Sun Lang's personality. This person appeared to be weak and cowardly in the imperial court, but behind his back, he would be even more ruthless and vicious. General Shunsei was a pragmatist. He did not care about his face, and he was good at exchanging his face for 5 or 10 times more. Therefore, in the imperial court, he cried miserably and ran away in tears. When he returned to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, he would be ready to cause trouble. Today, he had rushed in and was simply asking for a beating. But senior brother Song was determined to go. This matter was caused by him, so how could he stay out of it? Forget it, forget it. Senior brother Song was not afraid, so how could he fall behind? He could not let senior brother look down on him. Thinking of this, he raised his head and saw senior brother Song's expressionless face. Senior brother Song had been like this since he was young. He had a calm and collected appearance, as if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of him. He was very good at maintaining his composure, and he was very decisive in dealing with people. This was in line with Master's teachings of, a gentleman is angry without being affected by women, but he moves like the wind and thunder. Just like now, even if he was about to go to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, even if he was facing General Shunsei Sun Lang, senior brother Song was still calm and collected. What kind of courage and insight was this? Thinking of this, Bao Haizi felt a little ashamed. Compared to senior brother Song's calmness, he was far from it. With admiration, he asked, "Senior brother Song, are you not worried or afraid?" Song Huifu said expressionlessly, "Worried about what? Afraid of what?" Bao Shiren smiled bitterly. "Senior brother Song, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. I have some friendship with Sun Lang, and I know his character very well. I'm not afraid of ordinary enemies, but facing Sun Lang, I really don't feel confident." He looked depressed and sorrowful, as if he was thinking of the loss and lesson he had suffered before. He sighed. Senior brother, we are all from the six-fan school. There are thousands of people in the world, and they have different appearances and thoughts. It seems difficult to predict, but in our eyes, all living things have common sense. Everyone has their own temperament and mind. By observing a person's temperament, we can judge their behavior and way of dealing with things. It's always successful in investigating cases and political battles, but, Bao Haizi sighed again. It's just that this method won't work on Sun Lang. I can't see through him at all, and I don't know what kind of terrible tricks he will use to deal with me. The unknown is the scariest. He can always use unexpected means to deal with me. Speaking of this, he piqued at Senior Brother Song's expression. Bao Shiren had his own selfish motives. As a twisted Sun Lang boaster, although he saw Sun Lang as an enemy, he recognized Sun Lang's intelligence and ability. Therefore, he believed that Senior Brother Song's calm was based on the fact that he knew nothing about Sun Lang's threat. Therefore, he had an obligation to let Senior Brother Song know the truth. It would be great if he could see Senior Brother Song's nervous or serious expression. That was probably how he would feel. Humans were such ugly creatures. Because they were nervous, they wanted others to be nervous with them. Otherwise, they would appear to be incompetent. But to his disappointment, Senior Brother Song still had a calm and collected look on his face. It seemed that he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Could it be that Senior Brother Song still didn't understand? Song Huifu nodded and said, I think I understand what you mean. Bao Shiren was delighted. Then, Senior Brother Song said, You mean to say that you've been defeated by Sun Lang several times before, and he always used unexpected means to defeat you? Lord Bao nodded. Senior Brother Song continued, So that's how it is. But there isn't much hatred on your face. There is more helplessness and shame. In other words, Sun Lang wasn't ruthless in those few failures. He didn't injure your body, nor did he touch your bottom line. But at the same time, you were wary and fearful of his methods. In other words, in those few failures, you were disgraced. Perhaps your heart was mocked, perhaps your soul was attacked, or perhaps your spirit was ridiculed. Lord Bao's expression was a little stiff. That's why you reminded me just now. Because you've lost face a few times in Sun Lang's hands and suffered quite a bit, you're worried that I'll also lose face like you and be ridiculed, humiliated, and ridiculed by Sun Lang like you. Because of this reason, you issued a warning to me, right? Lord Bao's expression had become very subtle. He nodded with a subtle and awkward expression. Song Huifu nodded and said, Thank you for your kindness, Junior Brother Song. I'm not afraid. Bao Shiren's mood had changed. He now felt a little embarrassed. He was also a human and had a sense of shame. If he felt ashamed, he would try to cover it up. This was shown in his behavior. He straightened his neck and asked, Senior Brother Song, why aren't you afraid? Senior Brother Song glanced at him. His expression was still as calm as ever. It's very simple, he said. I came to the capital because I was summoned by the imperial edict. I'm also helping you with this case. After this, I'll return to my hometown. I don't need to be an official, nor do I need to be famous. What does face have to do with me? It doesn't matter whether I'm embarrassed or not. So, even if I encounter Sun Lang's schemes and traps on this trip to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, only you, the capital governor, will be embarrassed. I'm not afraid at all. Lord Bao had an impulse to jump out of the carriage. Lord Song continued, Of course, this is not the main reason. The main reason is that you were the one who spoke up for justice and reprimanded Sun Lang in the imperial court. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, most of them will be directed at you. At most, I'll be swept away by the aftermath. Bao Shiren even felt that he had been tricked. Don't worry, Junior Brother Bao. No matter what happens to you, I won't laugh at you. I won't tell Senior Brother D and Senior Sister Quither. Don't worry. Lord Bao turned his head to the side. Junior Brother Bao, I'm so considerate. Why don't you thank me? The human heart was a very mysterious thing. Although it grew on the human body, it was very good at deceiving and deceiving people. It could beautify people's memories. For example, after two people parted, their memories of the past would gradually change. The human heart would whitewash it so that the bad memories would gradually disappear, leaving only the good memories. Therefore, the longer the separation, the more people would forget the bad parts of the other party and only remember the good parts of the other party. Therefore, after reuniting, one would feel joy. However, after experiencing the initial joy and returning to normal interactions, one would eventually recall the bad parts of the other party. This was because the human heart could lie. What was whitewashed was not the truth. It might be a little abstract to put it this way, but it was easy to understand with an example. It was like when you went to university and left your hometown. Every time you talked to your family on the phone, your mother would ask about your well-being. She was full of motherly love and missed you so much that she looked forward to your return. After the holidays, when you came home tired and worn out, your mother would welcome you with a smile and listen to you. She would cook and buy whatever you wanted to eat. She did not need you to do any housework or work. She was the closest mother in the world. However, after 3 days, the initial intimacy had passed, and your relationship with your mother quickly returned to normal. She began to nitpick at you, not allowing you to do this and not allowing you to do that. In her heart, your position in the family had changed from a precious treasure to a stupid child. She was even more eager for you to hurry back to school. However, less than a week after you dragged your travel bag back to school with a subtle expression on your face, you received a call full of motherly love and longing. Stupid human beings began another sad cycle of reincarnation. This was probably how it felt. Lord Bao's current thoughts. After experiencing the initial joy of reuniting, he recalled the bad parts of Senior Brother Song. Under the other party's reminder. In his speechless sorrow, the carriage arrived near the Copper Sparrow Terrace. After a sincere conversation in the carriage, Lord Bao's mood had changed from uneasiness to resistance. After he was pulled off the carriage by Lord Song, he still muttered, "Senior brother, you have to think carefully. With Sun Lang's narrow-minded personality, we might not even be able to enter the Copper Sparrow Terrace." Lord Song said faintly, "It's fine. You can use the golden token arrow to knock on the door." Lord Bao revealed a bitter expression. "Why do you want me to do it?" He was not stupid. The two of them would most likely be rejected if they visited the Copper Sparrow Terrace. However, if they took out the king's token arrow, no matter how iron-headed the soldiers were, they would not dare to stop them. After all, it was the emperor's order. This was the dignity of the imperial court. However, if they used the golden token arrow to force their way in, it would be equivalent to drawing hatred. Song Huifu glanced at him and stretched out his hand. "If you don't want to, let me do it." Bao Shiren looked at Senior Brother Song's serious face and couldn't help but shiver. He took out the golden token arrow and couldn't help but think of something. He hesitated and said, "Senior brother, you can't be thinking of using the golden token arrow and using my name to force the guards to open the door and make way, right?" Senior Brother Song nodded. "Yes." Lord Bao almost jumped up and shouted, "What's the difference between this and me going with the arrow myself?" Senior Brother Song continued to nod. "Yes." Bao Shiren was speechless. He kept the golden token. "No. Senior brother only knows how to tease me." Song Huifu said, "Junior brother, you think too much. If I wanted to tease you, I don't need the golden token." He turned and walked towards the Copper Sparrow Terrace. His footsteps were extremely fast. When he saw the soldiers guarding the gate from afar, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Hey! Listen up, I am the Imperial Envoy and the Capital Governor Bao. Before he could finish, Bao Shiren rushed up from behind and hugged him. He covered his mouth and said, "Senior brother, don't shout. Senior brother, don't shout. Let me do it. Let me do it." He quickly and flatteringly fixed his senior brother's collar. Then, he ran forward and said to the soldiers in front of the gate in a low voice, "I am the capital governor, Bao Shiren. I am here to visit General Shinsei. Please help me pass the message." "I will be very grateful." As he said this, he was already prepared to be rejected. Just as he expected, after he introduced himself, the eyes of the soldiers on the other side became sharper. However, contrary to his expectations, although the soldiers' eyes were unfriendly, they did not do anything rude. The deputy general at the gate said indifferently, "Lord, please wait for a moment. I will go in and pass the message." When Bao Shiren saw this, he was not happy. Instead, he was worried. If something was out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. Just as he expected, not long after, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was filled with the sound of firecrackers welcoming the guest. Then, a red shadow flashed on the iconic 7-story Luan Feng Mingming Tower. A large red vertical banner hung down from the 7th floor. The large, flamboyant words were especially eye-catching under the sunlight. "Welcome Mayor Bao Shiren to the Copper Sparrow Terrace Club to guide us." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.